Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG, game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today we are on part 5 of our first playthrough of Citizen Sleeper, a tabletop RPG inspired narrative experience, I would say, excuse me, about surviving the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. So it's a game with a lot of flavor. I've enjoyed the writing and the descriptions of the scenes. It's been very vivid, while the gameplay may be more like a dice placement board game. The writing ties it all together. And even if we don't really get a view of what it's like at street level of the eye of the space station that this game is set in, the writing is enough to really bring it all to life, as you'll see soon. So we are on cycle 25, basically 25 days so far. You only have a limited number of actions per day. So I'm not sure how close we are to finishing the game, and I'm actually not sure if there's even a fail state. But there have been some near misses. But I think we've been playing our cards right, and we've gotten to this point. So again, there's a lot going on here with your drives. Your drives are basically your objectives here, but it helps you also ground you as a character roleplay wise. Since you don't really see your character aside from this, after initially seeing this in your character sheet, this is all you see. You just click on things, you assign dice to actions, you execute them. But I've still found the experience engaging as a role-playing narrative experience. And the writing here, again, it's pretty good. Like, if I were like the game master slash narrator of this game really knows how to describe a scene, really knows how to bring the NPCs to life. Even if you only have a limited time with each character, they still definitely leave an impression. However, there is a lot going on at the station. These cycles, these clocks still go on. The ones with a rotating arrow, those continue even without any input. So you have to keep track of a lot of things here. So it's been a week. What were we doing again in terms of our drives? We're trying to build a home. So there's a derelict unit in the low end that remains unclaimed. With lots of scrap and a little work, it could be yours. So we have to gather scrap. At the unit. So clean up the unit to build a home. That's one of our drives. Crack Conway. Feng has located a Conway facility buried deep in the wastes. He needs your help to crack it and expose Hardin. Hardin, who is a remnant of the old world, has been skimming off the top in the guise of being, a leader in the rebellion that occurred. So he's a person in charge of Havenage, and he's bad news. We've been trying to expose him, but now Feng is on the run, but that's okay. So we have to meet Feng in the Greenway. How long is that gonna take? I think he said in a few cycles. This is it, I think. So 3 more cycles. Yeah, okay. Disable your tracker. Feng has said he will disable your S and ARP tracker if he can get to the bottom of his mystery first. Which is why we need to help Feng, crack Conway, get to the bottom of it, expose Hardin, then he will disable our tracker, because we are actually a runaway. We ran away from S and ARP, and we are proprietary technology, so they are sending bounty hunters after us to reclaim us. That has a lot of baggage tied to it. You can see our energy here, our health, and our body is designed to fail without regular doses of a stabilizer. And surprise, surprise, only the corporation provides a stabilizer. So that's how they trap you but we were able to secure a source from the black market. However, that also comes with a lot of complications. You can see how a lot of things have tied in together. We are in the 5th episode. It's not a very long game, but it's a slow burn. However, and once you get to a certain point, however, when everything starts to get overwhelming. So we've been trying to narrow our focus. So Flotilla Aid, the game already suggests that this is kind of endgame content, because this is from the latest update, Flux. So they're releasing 3 free updates to this game to include entire quest lines. So that's for endgame. Get to know Emphis. Emphis loves 2 things, stories and food. Maybe if you supply him with both, you can hear his story. So Emphis has really helped us along. He's our food provider. So we've been trying to get ingredients for him so we can try out new recipes, share stories with him like every morning if we need, well, whenever we're feeling peckish, whenever we're starving. So that is related to growing mushrooms. Aviary would be the perfect place to grow mushrooms with some work, that is. So there's an aviary here. It's gonna need a lot of work, as it says, if you want to grow mushrooms. Because we know where to find Girol caps. Girol, that's pronunciation. But Matsutake caps are something we have yet to find. I think we have to grow that. So that's another long-term project. We're almost done with this. Win a sidereal ticket. So we spent a lot of time working on basically a colony ship which has plans to travel to another solar system to start anew away from all of this. You know, promises of a new life and all that. Still kind of sketchy, or perhaps just a pipe dream, but some people are really relying on it. And we want to help out a father and his adoptive daughter, to get on that ship. So, however, it's tied to a lottery. Workers on the sidereal crew get entered into a draw for the colony ship's live-in crew. That's one way off the eye and into a new life. So we're waiting for the ticket draw. How long is that going to take? So this is the Sidereal Horizon. We work as a systems analyst, and we, the systems of the inner workings of the ship, the systems, the AI, and all that. That's all. that's our baby. We were on the tech division, the tech team. So we wanted to make sure we did good work, so it can meet its objective. Because if the father and his daughter are going to be on this ship, we don't want it to fail on the way to the new solar system. So the ticket drawing will be in 3 cycles. Finally, we have work for Rabia. This is the complication tied to the black market, tied to the Yatagan mafia. Well, they don't claim to be mafia. They claim to be, for the people of low end. You know how it goes. But our doctor is missing. They also don't know where the doctor is. The doctor who used to work for SNARP, but as far as we can tell, left for unknown reasons to hide here on the Eye, the space station. Erlin's Eye, I believe what it's called. And, well, continue their work here. We found evidence that they are still tied to the corporation in some way. We don't know if it's research notes or if they're stealing from the corporation. We don't know Sabine's true intent yet. However, Sabine helped us out. Sabine was the one that provided a source of stabilizer for us. And based on our limited interactions with Sabine, they seemed quite guilty about their past. But their knowledge, as someone who worked for SNARP and someone who worked on Sleepers, us. Sleepers are basically a digitized consciousness of people, digitized consciousness of human beings plugged into android bodies to circumvent the law about AI sentience. So we are actually a copy of a human mind. Our actual body, the actual human being that was us, is sleeping somewhere, probably in a cryogenic state, stuffed somewhere by the corporation. But since we're just a copy, an emulation stuffed in an android body, that doesn't really grant us any rights according to the law. So even though, even though we have our own thoughts and feelings, we individuate, we are our own person after being copied and put into this body, they still treat us like slaves. And we have no rights because we're not sentient AI. We're just an emulation of a human being. So that's how they get away with it, right? So it's free labor, and they work us to the bone, and they just barely keep us alive by providing stabilizer for our body. So we are dependent on the corporation as well. So it's a whole thing. Some interesting development from last session. We encountered... Thank you again for raiding, Plushy Mumshi. Oh, wow. So grateful for the support. I'm still not sure what your schedule is like, but I know this is a weird schedule, so it's surprising to see people at this time. Welcome in, Spicy Soy Sauce, Saitama Goose. Thank you for the Rapimon. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for coming in. Minari Boys, welcome in. Yeah, you stream when you want to. It's a regular kind of thing, right? Plushy Moms, you're gonna sleep now? Or take a good nap? Have a good nap, have a good sleep. Sleep is good. Don't neglect sleep. You're not yourself if you are sleepy. Givi Choku, welcome in. Welcome. What have we been playing, Plushy Momshi? Okay, I think the thing is working now. There we go. You're playing art. What kind of art were you doing, Momshi? I think you were... Oh, thank you for the follow, Spicy Soy Sauce. Spicy Soy Sauce. Is that like when you mix the garlic chili of the siomai into the soy sauce and mix it with calamansi and everything? Anyway, hi. Kimi Choku. That's how I make my spicy soy sauce. I do love garlic chili. That just reminded me of it. That's just so random. Alright, that's my favorite sauce for the siomai. Thank you for the follow, everyone. Minara Boys, thank you so much. Sili and Toyo. Yeah, that's also another thing that we could do. Put it on your chicken, put it on your rice. I dump it on my rice as well. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. You played Risk of Rain 2 with a gang a night ago. I hear great things about Risk of Rain 2. It's one of those... I have a whole list of like co-op experiences that I wish I could play. I just don't have like a static, or I don't have a regular party to go on adventures with. But I do hear it's a great game. It is a couple of years old, but there are a huge number of updates to it. So yeah, it's about really catching up. Some of my regular nightly schedules have kind of fallen apart, so I had a bit of free time in that sense to make more commitments. But it has been a year since we've started streaming, everyone. Welcome in. For those who don't know me, welcome to Tabletop Cinema, and here we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I am your host, Mikey, freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG, game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. We're playing Citizen Sleeper right now. It's a tabletop RPG inspired game. As you can see, it's very board game like, but there's a lot of good writing, great writing here, a lot of moments. It's a very chill game. You're not gonna really see a lot of action-packed stuff. I'm not sure if... Honestly, I'm not sure if it's entertaining to watch as a thing, but I do like talking about the story and getting to know the characters of this place, and it's an exercise and inspiration for me as a creative. So have a good nap, Mumshi. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for bringing everyone in. I hope they enjoy their stay and no regrets, right? Spicy Soy Sauce. I am from the Philippines. I've known Plushy Mumshi for like a decade now. It's been that freaking long, right? But I haven't seen Plushy Mumshi in also almost a decade. In so many years, I have not seen Mumshi in real life. But yes, I'm from the Philippines. I'm not sure if the tags were showing up. 4 years, Jesus. I don't even remember the last project we worked on. Ballet Philippines was like a century ago. It feels like a century ago. It feels like another life. Yeah, the birthday. Oh man, and Hila must be so big now and able to talk and as an actual person. It's so trippy. Like, I have a similar experience with my niece. Like, one day they're just born and not saying anything, and then suddenly they're calling you by their name and asking you to play with them. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, no surprise there. She's gonna grow up really strong, just like her mom. Really strong and fierce. That's always been an impression of you, Mamshi. No, not actually. Strong, fierce, yet gentle. I don't know. It's an interesting mix. You're always a presence on set. It's great to see you again, Mamshi. Maybe gentle. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, friendly. Uh, someone you can just get to know. Really warm. Warm. Okay, not gentle. Maybe warm. There we go. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Yeah, they're friendly neighborhood Mamshi who you do not want to piss off. I think that's like an interesting summary for that if you were to be a character in this game. Anything could be an innuendo, right? Saitama Goose. Ah, wow. So where were we? I was just talking about my drives for the character here. And a lot of complications about what happened last time. Welcome in, Dapper Goat Jones. Better late than never. Thank you so much for the follow. Traffic. It's really you know how it is here. Traffic, crammed commuter lines. It's freaking crazy. It's expected. It's the reason why we have our own time scale. So yeah, welcome in. Welcome to the space station. That is the Eye. That is Citizen Sleeper. It's just a pretty chill, relaxing game I've been playing every Tuesday. But since you were late, Dapper Go Jones, I'm gonna talk about my spiel again. Just welcome in. This is Tabletop Cinema. I am Mikey, and what to expect from this channel. Thank you for the follow. Short-term goals are eventually I really do want to run tabletop RPGs. You may see a lot of stuff in the back here. These are just the RPG books that it's been years since I've been a game master. If you're familiar with Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop RPG experiences, probably from Stranger Things or what have you, or if you are a tabletop RPG player yourself, please let me know. But it's one of those things, inspired by the short-term goal, get a game off the ground. Long-term goal, I want to be able to create cross-media entertainment to based on these adventures, because I believe it is untapped potential. Chat, it is already proven that the magic of co-writing, collaborating, creating a story together at the table, you're essentially writing your own screenplays on the fly in the moment, and each recording in itself could be adapted into comics, movies, television series. Of course, if your game is good, if your party has good chemistry. So if you want to take it seriously, you do your casting, you do some prep and everything. But that's those are our long-term goals to Tabletop Cinema. But right now we've just been playing games. You've just been coming at. It's been a year. If I'm correct, it's been exactly a year since we started streaming. Welcome in, Den Mother. Thank you so much for redeeming that. You probably have so many gold coins for the time you spent. Oh, you start. Well, that's the first step, right? You come up with your character concept. But honestly, I really enjoyed when we played that RPG, Mamshi. Passion is still around. Oh. Passion moved to her bed. Has it been exactly a year, then, Mother? I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna look for a cat to pet. Where did Maya go? Passion is still around. She's still sleeping. Thank you for the follow, Vinsu. I am looking for my cat. Now Maya actually responds to her name if she feels like it. Let's see if we can get her out. Maya. If she's outside, then she'll come in. I don't know. I think Maya is sunbathing out on the balcony of the cat. Welcome in, another late person coming in. Long lines at the MRT or traffic, and you're. I will pet Maple. Sorry, people don't know. Maple is I think you've met Maple before, Mamshi. Maple was my tabby cat, but he passed away at the start of the pandemic. That's why I was super like attached to Stray. I Oh, okay. I see Passion. Okay, Passion's just gonna go for water. I'm going to as soon as a cat appears, I am going to grab one of the cats and be sure to get that redemption cleared out. But thank you so much for the raid, everyone. Thank you for coming in. You know, it means a lot, all these follows. I was honestly feeling quite down earlier because you see the follower count rise and fall. And then in your Discord channel, which we do have a Discord channel, but I need to make it more active. I should probably put my game announcements there when I go live. But, you know, once in a while, I look at the list and you see that someone's gone because it's not very active there. But yeah, that's how it is. Anyway, about D&D and all that, the hardest part, the most difficult part is getting that team together because it is honestly a big ask to, you know, it's getting 3 to 5 adults to commit to like a weekly or bi-weekly schedule. But once you find your crew, hold on to them and of course do the proper preparations because over time, if you have a long campaign, let's just say it tests friendship sometimes because you don't realize how much goes into these characters. But yeah, that's what we're here for. The things I play here, I'm a variety streamer, so I'm not gonna play something I probably won't enjoy. So I do like talking about whatever stories we're going through here. Hopefully you find it interesting how I try to look at it with that kind of lens. If you do have any questions about I guess you could filmmaking or RPGs or video games, and I'll try my best to like help enable those ideas. Yeah, what actually for the follower, I do not hide the follower count because, you know, at least I know how many followers I have, but I do hide the viewer count. Until now, well, after the statistics after the stream tells me the average number of viewers, the max number of viewers, but in the moment, I make sure to hide the number of viewers. Like, that really helps me because you just have to perform as if someone is there. Even if there's just one person who comes in and says that they had a good time, that's worth it, right? So I had this crisis, not just as a streamer, but also as a creator. As a creator, I was writing this thing for a client. I never written a play before, and I was having such a hard time. Cat! It's a cat. Okay, I'm gonna take this opportunity and pet the cat. That's one of my favorite things. I just love face planting into the cats. They didn't used to like that. Let's just check here. Yeah, imposter syndrome, then mother. That's a thing. Like, I know it's not all about numbers. It's about just being consistent and creating quality, and being consistent with that quality, putting yourself out there, and eventually the opportunities will start to connect. If you put in the work, you do the work. So that's how it is. There's an option stream manager. Yeah, that's what I do, Dapper Goat Jones. I do hide the viewers, but the followers, I keep it shown there. It also feels good. Like, I didn't even expect 177 followers a year after streaming. Like, I always have to catch myself thinking that, oh, you should be doing more, or you promised so much in the channel, and I was thinking people are like, people come into the channel, they see the branding, they expect like, I don't know, that I'd be working with a lot of other creators, because it's a long-term thing, right? Collaborating with creators to create comics, movies, what have you, based on the experiences we have on stream. That's the long-term goal. But they come into that, and that's what the branding promises. But then after a year, they're like, "Oh, what's he doing? He's just playing games." So I've had that kind of crisis, but we're growing here. But thank you so much, Zen Mother. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was talking about how, yeah, even if it's just one person who comes in and says they had a great time, especially if it's a stranger I don't know, and then they say that, hey, I look forward to your streams because I often have bad days. It's like that kept me going. That one person kept me going. Shout out to Bill. That kept me going for the. That was at 6 months then. It's like I was like, yeah, it was half a year since I started streaming, and then the next year, and the next half, that's what kept me going. So thank you that. Obviously, Mamshi, the I mentioned film, right? That's supposed to be part of it. So I'm still open to that. Well, once we get things off the ground, I know Space Pulp. He's not active on Twitch, but I know Space Pulp is trying to get another anthology off the ground. I hope he works out with that, because I'm willing to just put myself out there already. I'm at the point where you gotta put in money to make money. Of course, you gotta put out your best foot forward, or if you have to take that first step, but you also have to make sure that that first step is pretty good. If you're gonna make that pilot, sometimes you need to reach out, even invest what you can, and you can only do so much. What I learned over the course of the year of streaming, you can only do so much on your own for free. Right? That's how it is, and we're always lacking the producer. We're always lacking the producer to be the one to bring everything together. But yeah. Sorry, I'm like bouncing all over the place here. I do. I'm trying to wrangle my ADHD. I am diagnosed with that. It's just not tagged here. So apologies for that, but you know, I can keep going all day. But Face the Cat are one of the best things in the world to do. Hell yeah. And I think I did mention that they didn't used to like that at all. But then now I think they're like, oh my god, my human. Fine, just do it. I don't care anymore. I think it's gotten to a point then, Mother, where they're just like, I don't care. My cats are like almost a decade old, and that's pretty insane. Yeah. Speaking of collabs, it's that. My first step, going short term wise, talking about like steps. It's just that I need to start running again. One, to get back in the game master seat, and two, to help reach for that. What do we call it? Reach for the motivation, because the motivation comes after the fact. Motivation comes after you do the thing. So I mentioned that I did have that crisis as a creative, as a person in general, as a streamer, and it's just like, is it something I still want to do? Is it something I still can do? So I'm trying to answer those questions. Dude, it's still there. Excuse me. I had and several false starts, plus the pandemic, of course, really did make it difficult. But yeah, Mumshi, the script is still there. I'm still not sure how. If you're still gonna set it in Intramuros, I do worry about the historical, running and climbing on historical things. Even though, well, no, but to be fair, most of Intramuros is rebuilt. They're not the original structures anymore. So, is it still a heritage site? Oh, what is this? I'll send you something, and that's a director cinematography as gameplay we can do. What is this then, mother? Kabaro, dude, those I hope they're doing well. I know I keep seeing what's his name, Kian, one of the people who worked with Benjo, one of his crew before from the Black Lotus thing. I keep seeing Kin. I keep seeing his thing. Marcelo's unique model, and it is also a small world. Marcelo was also, I think, a friend of a cosplayer who I didn't know she cosplayed, but she's my batchmate, and then we used to kind of hang out in the same circles. Katrina T. I don't know if she's. I think she's still cosplaying. I'm not sure if you know Kat T. But yeah. Oh, Jolo also cosplays. Probably cool. Yeah, but her Kat T's cosplays look pretty cool. We need everyone. We need artists, we need creators, we need directors, we need everything. But thank you so much for that, mother. I'm curious what that thing is. It has been a while as well, imposter syndrome aside, since I stepped into that goal. And it's just recently I did work on something I can't talk about yet, but again, it just hit home that if you're able to make even one person really happy, or if your story is able to resonate with them. Like, when I was in the process of writing that thing, I had such a difficult time because I thought it was going nowhere. But at the end, I realized that I was having such a hard time because the characters were for a reflection of my own inner conflicts. As cheesy as that sounds. The point, in summary, when I sent it over to the director, I did not expect the director to start crying and tell me that this is the story that she wanted to tell, because in that moment it connected with her life, and that just blew my mind. It's like, this was a story I was just writing for the theater, and it wasn't even something, but it's something it's been a while since I wrote something for myself. It's always been client work or in support of someone else. But at the end of it, this little project, it's a small thing, but this little project, it ended up becoming totally something for myself, and it was able to touch someone to the point of tears. That helped keeps me going as well. Okay, you know, Mamshi, that's something I tell people all the time. You give me a crew, you give me a budget, and I could do anything. Like, I have severe imposter syndrome. I have really poor self-worth. I have all these mental health issues. But one thing I can be totally sure about is if you give me the team and the money, I feel like we could just do amazing things. It sounds so easy on paper, but it is a whole challenge. It is a legit business that needs the proper skills, the proper management to get off the ground. But yeah, it's just about finding the right people to work with who are passionate about the same idea, or at least willing to support each other to get that idea off the ground. And of course, getting fed while you do the work. The money part, it's one of those things where you have to, you can start with a very small step, short film or something, but you gotta put something out. Like, I'm at that point where, no man, you gotta, if you want to make an animated film, you gotta get to that animation studio, negotiate for a budget that you can afford, put it into a pool, and invest in that without any promise of immediate returns when you're starting out. Which is why, unfortunately, spec work is a thing. Spec work is what gets you your jobs. If people don't see that, if people don't see your work, or if people don't see the quality of your work from the first hand, they're not gonna really give a shit about it. Unless you know the person, of course. But it's a big bargaining chip if you invest in spec work that looks amazing. Because that'll get you your views, that'll get you your clients. That's how it is. That is the sad reality of it. There's so much talent left untapped because of one, poor connections, and two, no work to get work. So catch 22. It's like they're not gonna hire you if you don't have experience or you don't have good work out there. But if you don't get hired, you're not gonna be able to do that work. So that's the complicated part of it. That is just my mini rant rave about it. Just glad that everyone. Thank you for listening to all this, everyone. Uh, we were supposed to be playing this game, but again, it's a pretty chill thing. It's a text-based adventure. There's no voice acting or anything, but enjoy your stay, everyone. That's something I did mention already, stuff that I want to get off the ground. And yeah, I'm looking forward to just working on more projects and working with more people. It's to get that. It's finding that, ADHD wise, it's finding that next big source of stimulation. Because you suffer from withdrawal. Like, it's out of my hands now. I submitted the first draft. It's up to the director and the team to talk about, to give me feedback so I can revise it. That's out of my hands right now. So it's like right now I'm like, what do I do now? What do I create? What is the next exciting thing for me? And which is why I need to play stuff and do stuff that I find interesting on stream. Like, I'm not gonna play something if I'm not interested in it, because that doesn't do well for my own mental health state. I need to be able to enjoy something, so at least I can help bring out more out of the story, bring out more of the game, and perhaps entertain people along the way. So for people who are not here, as you can see right now, this is pretty much the interface of the game. Each node providing stories and actions that you can invest dice in. So it's kind of like a board game. But if you're curious about how a tabletop RPG session might go, this was inspired by tabletop RPGs. You have your character sheet here. This is the frame that we chose. It's a really great setting. And I know people, some people here already mentioned they created their characters. You just gotta find that I'm willing to run games for new people. Den Mother here. Den Mother. I forgot to shout out to Den Mother. Den Mother is amazing at bringing in new people into the hobby. Den Mother is very newbie friendly. And I'd love to be more like that as well once I eventually get back into the Game Master seat. Den Mother is great running Landas. It's a Mage the Ascension game set in the Philippines, set in Manila, but Den Mother's from Davao, so it's kind of funny where we're looking at Google Maps because I myself am not that familiar with I don't know Manila like the back of my hand, right? Because I live in the suburbs, I live in the outskirts. But when they're looking through Manila city itself, Manila proper, Googling maps, street maps, figuring out, yeah, this place. So we're visiting a lot of locales. It feels like we're foreigners in our own country, but it's been fascinating to walk the streets of Manila as a player character in an RPG with magical powers. So you'll also see a lot of local creators creating amazing things in the local sphere. One big one being Makapatag. I think they go by Makapatag now. Makapatag, who's doing Maharlika and Gubat Banwa and Karandoon. We're getting these amazing local creations and people who are also writing for Wizards of the Coast. People who are any award-winning writers as well. Ennies being mostly for tabletop RPGs. It's like Emmy Awards for tabletop RPGs. So slowly but surely, we're getting more local representation in those spaces. And Matt Mercer himself, Matt Mercer of Critical Role fame, he keeps hyping up Sinauna. Sinauna was written by largely Filipino-American people, and they had invited a lot of Southeast Asian authors. Sinauna is an official D&D supplement, or no, it's not an official. It is a 5th edition supplement written mostly by um, Asian Americans and Southeast Asians. So that is also a big thing. And Matt Mercer keeps hyping it up. So if you want to play like an RPG set in pre-colonial fantasy Philippines or pre-colonial fantasy Southeast Asia, you want to turn to Sinauna as well. So there are a lot of these experiences and how they translate things. Welcome in, 80 Bill Bear. Yeah, I'm gonna put in the names here before I forget. Let's put in the links. But I really wanna make people more aware. How is it going, Bill Bear? I was just talking about you, you know that. I think I summoned you by talking about you. I do appreciate your... I was basically just showing my appreciation for you being a regular here. For a year now, Bill. For a year. I'll never forget you popping up in Ghost of Tsushima. So, Sinauna book. Sinauna, Tales of Sinauna is coming out soon. Tales of Sinauna is a hardcover adventure for Sinauna. So Sinauna is more like the rules for player character creation, etc, etc, etc. But if you need more guidance, or if you need to know more about the lore of the world of Sinauna, the hardcover adventure is great. Okay, it's telling me, please verify you're a human. Press and hold. CAPTCHA. Come on, I see the link. Before... What? Please try again. I am human. I am human. I've never seen this CAPTCHA before. The CAPTCHA is press and hold. So I'm pressing and holding. Access to this page has been denied because we believe you are using automation tools to browse the website. What automation tools? What? Dude, okay, I don't know what's... I guess I'm a robot. That's Tales from Sinauna. I'm not sure if the... I can't even tell if the... I can't even... You're right. We're playing Citizen Sleeper. It senses that we are a sleeper. This is unfair. We are sentient beings. Even though we are emulated minds in an android body, we are still sentient beings. God damn it. That's a loophole that the corporation found. You're an emulation. You don't deserve rights. Thank you so much, Bill. You know that... Oh, man. It is a year since we started streaming, Bill. And I did say that you and other people who say things like that are the reason why I keep going. I do keep going. Despite all the doubts that I have about myself and the value of the things I put out there. I know the channel promises a lot, but as long as you have a good time here, that's all I can really ask for. So please tell me if Tales from Sinauna, I can't access it. Why, Kickstarter? I don't know if the campaign's still running, but yeah, Tales from Sinauna. I cannot find Makapatag's page. He does have a Twitter. He talks a lot about colonial stuff. You know, Philippines and its history with colonialism. Local... Here. Why is it such a long link? Okay, like if you see those links, just go ahead and click on it. Some fascinating stuff. Karanduan, I think, is based on Visayan mythology, or it's fascinating stuff, guys. So thank you so much for the lurk. Spicy soy sauce. I will forever remember that. Oh, thank you so much for taking the time out of your work. Good luck with that. I do not want to interrupt you or get you fired in any way or make things difficult for you. But anyway, that's it. Yeah, I was just welcoming in all the raiders, Bill. We just had a raid from Plushy Mumshi. But I just sharing stuff about the tabletop RPG sphere as well, and how rich it is slowly. How much more rich? How richer? More rich? How... anyway. It's growing. That's all I wanted to say. And yeah, I was relating it to Citizen Sleeper because Citizen Sleeper is essentially kind of like it's kind of like a tabletop RPG experience as well. So getting back to it, we're just talking about all our drives. These are all our objectives. Player character RPG wise, these are your hooks into the game to help motivate your players and give them direction. So we were talking about Rabia, where we have an option to work as a Yatagan enforcer or Yatagan collector. You know, mafia, protection money kind of stuff. They don't say they're the mafia. They don't say they're criminals. It's all a gray area. But they basically rule, or they have control over low end, this district. So we have so many things we need to do. So I'm getting overwhelmed by all the stuff we have to do. But let's end the cycle, get the dice that we need, and start a new day. So whenever you start a new day, you get a number of dice, and you have to manage your energy and your health. So you gotta eat. Why does an android body need to eat? Their rationalization for that in the lore here is that even if you are an emulated human consciousness, to stabilize that human consciousness, you have the body needs to experience human-like experiences. So, or it'll break down or something like that. So not only does the mind have to be emulated, but the body has to be emulated. So that's the reasoning here. So that's why we don't actually feel pain, but we feel our receptors tell us that we are in pain. So it tricks the emulated mind into believing that it is actually a human being. And that's a lot of, that's a complicated area you might want to get into about, like, okay, so everything's emulated. Everything's an emulated human experience to the point of it having barely any differences on the surface, or not on the surface, but with the inner workings of how a body actually works. We have pain receptors, we have nerve endings. How different is that from the pain receptors and the sensors on the android body sending signals to the digital brain? So I still think that considers in this day and age, in this setting, technology is advanced to the point where AI is indiscernible from humanity. Right? So who deserves rights? Not AI, not in this place. There's a program which was specifically created to delete sentient AI because it goes against the law. And we recently fought back against that. It's a whole thing. I love this setting, right? Honestly, Bill, it's making me want to try those things. But right now, this is pretty much all you get. It's a text-based adventure. It's like reading a good novel. So I'm not sure if it's really entertaining to watch, but to play through, it's on Game Pass. I would recommend it. Your playthrough will be totally different from mine because due to the the need to focus your character, you can't get it all. Which kind of nudges you along a certain path in the story. And depending on your order of actions, that also changes everything. But I wouldn't mind this kind of gameplay meshed with something like XCOM. Like, I was hoping to get boots on the ground and really see things from the space station's perspective, because I think this would make a compelling either first person or third person RPG. Honestly, it'll make a super compelling one. But what we have here are kind of like, it's like we're playing the script template, which can be turned into live action or something like that. The writing here is amazing. And each quest line has left a strong impression on me. Speaking of Empire of Sin, it's unfortunate that Empire of Sin didn't get many good reviews. I don't know how it is now because I'm still into that setting. The 1920s crime empire kind of thing. Thank you so much for the gift sub, Anonymous, whoever you are. spicy soy sauce is at work, but I'm sure they'll appreciate the cat emotes and the ad-free viewing. See, I'm lost again. I don't know what I'm going to do. This game is very difficult for someone with ADHD. It's all about just focusing and being present and just remembering what you gotta do. It's also difficult playing this game a week apart from each other because I kind of lose momentum and I forget where we were going after a week. Yeah, the setting and on the surface, Empire of Sin looks amazing. Like, I was so drawn in by the trailers and the initial previews, but apparently the actual gameplay itself suffered. I guess maybe it's something that can be changed. Maybe it's something they changed over the year. Hopefully, it's something I might revisit again. If it's on Game Pass, I'm gonna give it a shot. Or if but there are just so many games right now, Bill. I know a lot of people are enjoying Tower of Fantasy and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 right now. It's insane. Like every other week there's another big game that I was hyped for but cannot play yet because I'm still stuck with my backlog. On that note, I'm not sure what games you guys are playing right now. I know Izzy is gone because they're playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I know a bunch of other streamers have decided to shift to Tower of Fantasy for now because it is the current hotness. I played a bit of Tower of Fantasy. It feels super rushed and janky for a global release a year after the Chinese release. So I'm not sure why it's like that. But apparently there's a on the Chinese server, there's like a Tower Fantasy 2.0 update or something that supposedly fixes a lot of things. Maybe global just got shafted because we're starting from the beginning and the update's gonna come soon to catch up to China. I don't know, but it's super janky, chat. Like, okay, I like Tower of Fantasy. I'm still doing some of the dailies because there's hype surrounding it, but I'm not sure if it's a long-term thing for me. It hasn't hooked me in yet, so it's like I just grind in Tower of Fantasy while hanging out at some streamers. Yo, Call of the Lamb. The intro, the trailer looked so cute and interesting. It's like an animated episode. Oh, you played Empire of Sin. Okay, I should check it out. Maybe they did fix it up, patch it up. And maybe the setting will be enough for me to carry on with the game. But again, it's like, when do we find the time? If you wanna run tabletop RPGs and play games, it's so difficult. Valorant, holy crap. Getting into competitive shooter sweaty territory there. That is terrifying indeed. But how is it are you the type to get really competitive? Like, I used to be a LAN cafe kid. You know, hopping around LAN cafes, dominating people in Counter-Strike back when it was still in beta, and then when they released with Source. All the way to Source. Like, I stopped with Source, but I used to be a Counter-Strike kid. And then I became a Battlefield kid. And I was pretty sweaty at those games. Which is why that part of me is still there. I'm waiting for Tarkov Arena. I'm waiting for Escape from Tarkov Arena because I do not like the format of Tarkov Survival, but I love the gunplay in it. I love the feel of the shooting in that game. I don't condone gun violence, by the way, but the game itself. But I do love guns. I have a lot of airsoft stuff as well. I do play airsoft. It's the closest I'm gonna get to that. But anyway, Tarkov feels great gameplay wise, but I do not like the format of the raid, get killed by vets, and lose all your loot. So I'm waiting for Tarkov Arena, and I might just stream it like as a return to like I'm getting kind of old. Okay, never mind. Like I'm in my 30s right now. My reaction speed is not as it was, so I'm not sure how good I can get, how I can still get good at FPS games. I definitely feel slower. Like I recently tried to revisit Battlefield. Thank you for the anonymous tip. My God, whoever you are giving the $10, I know who you are. I know who you are because the receipt shows up. But you are anonymous now. I'll respect that anonymity. But thank you always for supporting this stream. Yeah, I tried like a few rounds of Valorant. A fluke. Valorant was new. People were still trying to understand it. But I was just getting headshots left and right because the game felt really tight. It was easy. Like, they designed it so it was easy to read. It is easy to read what is going on. Like, I read an interview about how Valorant was really designed with that in mind. Like, no superfluous map fluff. The colors are also designed so that everything is clear. You get that headshot, you know where your enemies are, you know what's going on. So I did appreciate it about that. But I had more fun with Overwatch because of the hero ultimate kind of gameplay. But I also stopped playing Overwatch. I don't know, it's just I stepped away from multiplayer stuff, multiplayer competitive stuff. And I've just been on a single player narrative game binge. And I'm still on it, honestly. Yeah, but good luck with Valorant. I know a few people. It looks great. It still has the... It's one of those things. Riot Games has amazing art direction, amazing music. Hell, I was drawn in by the Star Guardian event, okay? I freaking love that. Blush Pink Theony, you have given 38 subs to this channel. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Anna Banana. Wherever you are, Anna Banana, please enjoy yourself. Riot knows how to sell their market and sell their games. Arcane is what made me fall in love with that universe, but not enough for me to play the MOBA. It's one of those things. Like Star Guardian, it drew me in because it just, for some reason, I just love the aesthetic of it, love the vibe of that. But that's why Riot decided to try and make games that you could interact with their lovely worlds without getting into MOBAs and competitive shooters. So yeah, I'm waiting for those games. I'm waiting for the MMO that Riot promised. I'm waiting for more single player games like Ruined King. So at least I'll get to experience those worlds, Runeterra, if they ever release stuff for Valorant. And I'll get to experience the world, the art, the music, without having to like compete with people or get shot in the face. But yes, best of luck with that. My short time with Valorant, you're right. It brought me back to Counter-Strike days. You know, no aim down the sights, no ADS, all hip firing, the physics of everything, the movement. It felt at the same time modern and yet stuck in the past, not in a bad way. Because the next evolution, the evolution of the FPS after that was Call of Duty, and the ADS and the the sprinting and the vaulting. I love that. I was also crazy about Call of Duty, the whole series up to Modern Warfare 3, and that's where I stopped. But I had a great time with Call of Duty as well. Great gameplay. But Battlefield is still near and dear to my heart. Battlefield is the kind of game, kind of FPS that I would still return to. The latest Battlefield, a huge disappointment. I made the mistake of pre-ordering that. Crap. But I hope they get their shit back together and make a great Battlefield game. My God, it's so hard to keep track of things here. So one more cycle before Ethan comes back. Ethan was a bounty hunter who tried to capture us for the corporation, but the corporation canceled the contract for some reason because I think Ethan's a jerk. They probably didn't want to work with Ethan anymore. But we're gonna have to reckon with him. It's like, but he doesn't have a reason anymore to deal with us. he was already... The contract's gone. There's nothing tying us to him. But Ethan seems unstable. We don't know what he's going to do. The shipyard is still there. The drawing. Sidereal draw will be one more cycle, so we can wait on that. The Rotunda wet dock. Do we need scrap? They're not yet there, so we cannot buy scrap. We started working at the bar because we were contractual workers. We were contractual workers in the Sidereal Horizon. So the company cut us off the moment we finished work on the Sidereal. Contractual worker life. We could work with Rabia to try and find Sabine. Or we could build a home. Building a home will require scrap, so we have to wait on that. So let's timeline this. Flotilla aid and getting to know Emphis. These are kind of endgame stuff. We're going to be growing mushrooms which will be needed for the Flotilla aid. The Flotilla aid quest, which the developers suggest that this be for endgame. So Flotilla aid and Emphis, endgame. Crack Conway and disabling the tracker are tied together with Feng. Let's check out Feng's schedule. Feng's schedule... 3 more days. So that's later. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grow mushrooms, which is connected to getting to know Emphis, which is connected to Flotilla aid. So these 3 are kind of bundled together in a roughly related quest. Crack Conway and Disable Tracker is also bundled together. Sidereal is a waiting game right now. We're gonna wait for the ticket tomorrow. So today, in this cycle, we can work for Rabia because we cannot find scrap. So building a home, that's something. Let's try to get a beat on Sabine. Maybe Sabine will show themselves if we start working for the Yatagan. Or are we gonna make things worse for us? So the Yatagan here are basically kind of like the Yakuza. Let's try it out, right? Let's see how it goes. Because we have no leads in Sabine. The Yatagan's also looking for Sabine. We also have Neovend, who's stuck in the ship mine. That is unknown right now. We have 281 credits. Let's work for the Yatagan for a bit. You know, get our feet wet there. See if we can find any leads on Sabine, our doctor. Because I'm worried about Sabine. And I also have questions for Sabine, who may actually still be in contact with SN ARP, the corporation we ran away from. But I still trust in Sabine. Sabine wouldn't have helped us out like that if they were still with the Corpo. So, let's see. So, bar shift. Let's eat some food to keep our energy up. So I thank them. 10 cryo. Down the drain. Oh, we can also investigate the free spoke. One thing at a time. Rabia's office. So we're good at Intuit stuff. We invested in Intuit. So perk predictive reasoning. Patrol the ward. Yatagan perform many roles from protection to logistics. It's a lot. It's a lot, Bill. And it's a different experience watching it, but actually playing it. But yeah, I am enjoying the setting, but I'm curious. Why do you think you cannot play this game? Is it the gameplay, or is it the overwhelming amount of things to do? Honestly, I want more active gameplay, but here we are. Yatagan perform many roles from protection to logistics to everything between. You never know what you may have to face on patrol. So we want to get inside the Yatagan. However you feel about Yatagan, it seems working with Rabia is your best chance to get an insight into the organization. I'd rather not go around collecting protection money. But that will give us scrap components, however. Scrap components which you can use to build a home. Huh. Okay, maybe we can invest our 6 there. Okay, yeah, why not? So first, let's work here. Let's get some energy. You help a dentist running a surgery from their unit with their equipment. They offer you a restorative infusion and you feel better immediately. We didn't need to buy that ration. This is our energy bar. Anonymous gifter, thank you so much. So Sophia Fox, 21? Who is Sophia Fox? So many gift subs. So many gift subs. Thank you so much. So now we know how to get energy. We should patrol the ward. Noted. Yatagan operates on an in-kind basis, you are told, and tithes of goods or services must be collected in exchange for protection and administration. How different is this from taxes? One mechanic tithes a new filtration system for the block's atrium, and after you help install it, he offers you some of the remaining scrap. Okay, we can use this for our home. So this half-built unit looks long forgotten, a project that never made it. With enough scrap, you might be able to seal it up. So let's put in a scrap component there. You tuck the scrap into the shattered interior. It's hard to imagine this place as a home, but it can't be worse than a container. So before attempting to fix this place up, you'll need to amass enough scrap to make the repairs. So 3 more pieces of scrap. Let's continue working for Rabia. No, let's re-roll. Boop. Oh! Triple sixes! Hell yeah, let's collect more tithes. We're on a roll. Hell yeah. Put in the scrap. So 1, 2, 3. We can finish it today. I think we have enough credits to last us for a bit, so let's get the tithes. It's a long-term project to be Yatagan Insider. Hey, you know what, Bill? That does make sense. We're working for the Yakuza, the Yatagan. Oh no. It's gonna bite us in the ass. We're gonna become like a Yatagan enforcer, a mafia enforcer or something. But hey, it's because we're building a home. Temptation is ever present. Two more, come on, let's go. I wanna see what happens. Alright, alright. Build a home. Now we have to seal the unit? With all the materials, the unit now needs sealing section. Now needs sealing section by section to be usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. This is not our strength as a frame, chat. -1 to endure. I think we need to get rid of this dump stat. We've been doing too much manual labor to still be at -1. It's a long-term place to build a home. It's a long-term project to build a home. Unsurprising. Unsurprising. So that's all we can do today. Let us end the cycle. So this should fill up some clocks. Let's check the lottery. Oh, frap! Ethan! Oh god. Okay, Ethan's the bounty hunter. He was supposed to capture us for the corporation, played around with us, made us pay his bar tab, but probably because of that, the corporation cut him off. So they canceled the contract. But now what? Only in the character sheet, Bill. That's one of my gripes about it. Like, I could see this, you know, if it was it's essentially a visual novel, but even in visual novels, you have different CGs, you have different backgrounds, You see your character in action. It's not just this place, right? So, yeah, immersion-wise, playing it, I still feel it. I still feel immersed, but I would have wanted another level of that. So my character has really just been in the background. But this is Ethan, cynical bounty hunter. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No. You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This is big. Really big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. You remember now how S&Op cancelled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything. But let's not worry about that. He smiled sarcastically. And so what did you think? That was it. Stay silent. Let him talk. Well, it was. Except, Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old S&Op gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Huh. Why is he telling me all this? Is he gonna, like, offer to be a bodyguard? What? Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down. And it turns out S&Op cancelled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. What? It seems they've brought someone in-house. Oh no, they went in-house. GG freelancers. The big corpo went in-house. They don't need your services anymore. Oh my god, that's happened so many times to me. Some guy who did so well on the last contract that they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently, he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. It was smuggling sleepers up from under S&Op's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. You mean Winterlight? We saw the Winterlight. The Winterlight was shot up and brought to the salvage yard. Why are you telling me this, Ethan? Because I'm your friend, Ethan says, looking you in the eye. And friends help each other out. Really? Ethan runs his hand through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. Haha! Called it. Wait for the pitch. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there, the owners, and they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Oh. Seems they are that kind of businessmen, he grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Oh, there's no option to say yes to Ethan. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. Why would they want to kill Ethan? Like, yeah, they just fired him. They just cut off the contract, but why would the in-house bounty hunter go after you? We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. So I predicted this about Ethan and I teaming up against the Corbo. But he seems like he has anger management issues. He's unstable. He's volatile. But enemy of my enemy? I'll think about it. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor. Every cycle. Working. This guy... He was so confident when he first met him. They even changed his art. He wasn't like this before. He pauses. Just think about Mayowick. Think about that cold-eyed SNOP shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Jeez. Okay, that's a development. Gain Ethan's protection. Somehow you are once again helping Ethan. This time he has offered his protection if you help clear his debt. So, work in the compressor? What's that entail? Work the front, 0. Work the back, -1. Huh. We have good results here though. Ethan's debt, it's another long-term. The things you're getting even more long-term here. But he mentioned the in-house bounty hunter of SNR. Okay, let's go here first. Sidereal ticket. Lemon Mina, worker and daughter. I hope they win a ticket. I have a bad feeling though that the ticket's only for one person. So I hope I also win a ticket so I can give it to either to them. So they need 2 tickets to get on. Shipyard. The crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them. People you have worked alongside on the sidereal. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lemon Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. "Robot!" she shouts, reaching out to you. Oh, we spent a lot of time as Mina's babysitter. We spent many cycles together. She wants a hug? Hugger? She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. Quite the turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. This isn't good. Once they announce the results for the lottery, probably mayhem. All of these people desperate for a way out, waiting for the golden ticket. Lem doesn't dare answer, but the look in his eyes suggests he agrees. This is Aster Enghart of the Celis Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of "Quiet!" rapidly follow. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you, on behalf of Sandre Celis, for the work you have done on the Sidereal Horizon. So a bit of context here. Apparently, the Sidereal Horizon is a project of a bunch of 1%ers back on the core worlds. Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Keep coughing. Sandre wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here. It is also cheap labor, cheap contractual labor, especially among the ranks of the venerable Havenage Association. Unlike most of the core, we neither believe Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead, an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure. One where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You are all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry, in cryosleep, to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. Oh man, I have a bad feeling about this. So, they had it built here to send back to the core worlds to ship them off. So, it's like the workers gave their lives to this ship, and they don't even get a spot on it. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order aligned with the principles set down by Sandre Celis herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Havenage yards. I'm really imagining this this sterilized corp ad with infographics and everything. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space. Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it! This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. Oh no, but Mina's a kid. She's not a licensed contractor. A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You've never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? Oh my god. It's only for the regularized workers. Oh. Oh no. Panic starting to set in. You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. Oh shit. Lem? You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now as the shouts start. Daddy? Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Haven and security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Oh shit. Lem? We have Mina in hand. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. Oh no. I'm just... They might call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. Lem, it's not happening. They screwed us over. Lem blinks rapidly and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Aster reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. Again with the writing and the description of the scene. Damn. It's intense. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. Drive failed? What? Was there a way to succeed? To get on the list? Or are some drives meant to fail? Okay, that's our first failed drive. Maybe we should have pushed forward with them? But then, that wouldn't work out. You push forward with them. Lem and Mina, Lem and his daughter get caught in the stampede, the riots, people chucking shit around, having a security coming in with guns blazing. You can't drag your daughter into that. And let's say you get pushed through and get past the barrier, and then what? You jump onto the ship and they hunt you around the ship? Damn. But yeah, wow. I knew they were gonna screw us over, but didn't expect it to be that bad. We weren't even on the list. We worked our asses off to get this stupid ship off the ground. It makes sense, right? You have a bunch of people, you have a bunch of rich people in the core worlds with this little project that they have. Having it built here because it's a gray area And because contractual workers are a norm here, so they get to save money and not get anyone else on board, they lured in with promises of like, you get a shot at getting on the sidereal. God damn, that is just shameless. But so real. Well, I did say if they screwed us over, Lem and Mina still love each other, they still love me. We're not gonna abandon them, they're our friends. I hope that's not the last we've seen of Lem and Mina. We can make a living here. We can find a way. Right? Right? I'd like to think so. Crack Conway. What other stuff do we have here? Oh no, here. This is their Lemon Mina's unit. I'll drop by, check on them. There's a note on the door of the unit. Sleeper. Gone to find work. Lem. Okay. Let's keep on keeping on. A bit of backstory on Lem and Mina. Lem actually adopted Mina after they found Mina. Lem used to work at the scrapyard and they were like tearing down one of the ships. A ship came in full of bullet holes and, you know, a reactor failure was the official thing, but it was pretty much sabotage. And they found the little girl, the sole survivor, stuffed in a weapons locker. And it's because of that she was able to survive the vacuum of space until the ship was hauled in. So Lem pried open the weapons locker, found Mina, the little girl, and took her in. So yeah, it's a very bleak place. So we have Ethan to work with. 2 more days until we meet up with Feng. Gain Ethan's protection. You know, I have a feeling Ethan's protection will actually work out. Give him a job. Because it's all Ethan probably knows how to do. Is to be like a bounty hunter or a bodyguard. And if you give him a job, I don't know. But no. We're not even sure if he'll follow the contract. He was the one that decided not to bring us directly to SNR. He wanted to squeeze us for cash first. Sucks for him. Because he delayed, he lost the job. Get to know Memphis. Because they decided to go in-house. If he brought me directly to SNR, you know, done. Game over. So we have a bunch of long-term projects now. Rabia, let's get more scrap metal then. We have some good rolls here. I would like more insight. Let's get some energy in first. With a 5 over here. Just finished an initial interview for scriptwriting. Walks in some. Oh no, then mother. Or it could be the opposite of what happens here. Hope that went well. Good luck with that interview. That's super interesting. Like you did say you were a writer. I would love to see the stuff you wrote. I mean I am already experiencing something you wrote in the form of Landas. But to see it in other forms, I'm excited for that then, mother. Please let us know if that works out. Here's hoping. We got well, okay. The corporation screwed us over, but that's the corporation, not. Hopefully, the person you interviewed for is decent. All right, let's get some scrap components. Oh wait! Ah, damn it! Oh shit! Oh, event. Low end, ramshackle residential district. They made you do a sudden paraphrase challenge. It's just a waiting game now. Yep. In the meantime, Occupy yourself and stay creative. That is interesting though. So it's a script. It's a job for script writing. Is this for? If you don't mind me asking, is this for? Or if you're allowed to talk about it, is it for film, television? So you'll be writing screenplays? As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a chirruping catches your attention. Oh, I did not know that, Bill. Interesting. Yeah, short stories. Used to write a bunch as well, long time ago. YouTube media. Make scripts, someone VAs, it gets produced. I see. Yes. It is a difficult path you are on, Den Mother. But a rewarding one, hopefully, at the end of the day. In a quiet corridor, away from the main thoroughfares, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with suit sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word. Sleeper. Oh, Sabine got in contact with us. Well, I'm assuming it's Sabine. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sabine! Yeah! Okay, we're right on the money. Working within the Yatagan will give us a lead on Sabine, our underworld doctor. How's it going, Big B's Gaming Hand? Yes, we are back at this game. And interesting developments. The bounty hunter was after us. We might end up working with him. Because, okay, we got screwed over twice now. Oh, people got screwed over. Ethan got screwed over by SNARP. He's a bounty hunter, freelance bounty hunter. He was screwed over by SNARP because SNARP dropped all freelance bounty contracts because they hired an in-house bounty hunter. Familiar story? I suffer that all the time. So SNARP went in-house in terms of bounty hunting. So they don't need freelancers anymore. And we worked for Havenage to build this massive colony ship, which is supposed to take, and for a chance to get on board the ship, to win a golden ticket to get on board the ship, which was bound for another solar system. And guess what? They tricked us because only regularized workers were eligible for the draw. We were all contractual workers working our asses off. Lem and Mina, a father and daughter. This was their hope of getting off this damn space station for a bright future. I knew there was something fishy about it. But then when they started saying, when they started mentioning a registered license, an ID of blah, 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 and it's like, holy crap. It's only for the licensed, regularized workers. And there was a riot. We had to get away from that. So that feels bad. The AI on that ship is my baby. My character was on the tech team of that. I helped build the systems of that stupid ship. And now it's gonna sail back to the core worlds to deliver some rich people to another solar system. Anyway. Survival, back to it. Oh, that is good. I'm glad that you were able to find that comfort skill to rely on. In my end, I will admit, the actual act of writing is something that kind of stresses me out. But coming up with ideas, talking about ideas, basically ideation and collaborating on creating the story, that is something that is comforting for me. Like, I just find it natural for me to just bounce ideas back and forth with other people, to creative problem solving, problem solving in terms of creative narratives and all of that stuff. I love just talking about it like that. Like, I guess you could say anyone can do that, but that's something I like to lean on. I guess you would call it, is that consulting work technically? But the actual form of writing, it's like I would rather talk about my story and have someone else write it, or a screenwriter I can trust. In a similar way, I don't actually do my own editing. In the case, Tabletop Cinema does not have an editor. I'm the only one. Right now, it's just me and two cats. That's the only crew in Tabletop Cinema. But I actually do not enjoy the actual act of editing. But I do love the concept of editing and working with editors. But to actually cut and paste stuff, I realized it when I was working with an editor on something we shot, and I just saw his hands dance across the keyboard, instantly responsive to like, okay, maybe we should put this first and then cut to this and cut to that, and then click, 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 and then it translates onto the screen. One of the best experiences working with an editor, and we just got things done like in the hour, because like we were just talking about it, and he was so making adjustments on the fly. For me, my OCD, it stresses me out in editing because I always think of the number of frames. I always think something might. I keep hyper focusing on certain elements. It's not good. It really stresses me out, so I don't do actual editing. Writing as well, I can't help. Like, people just say, write in white heat. One of my beloved mentors from college, he would say, or I think he quoted someone, write in white heat, edit in cold blood. So it seems simple enough to say, just write and write and write. Don't think about it. Just write whatever comes to mind and then go back and edit it. That's one way of doing it. But for me, I have a hard time doing that. So I get stuck and I go nowhere. But if I just talk about it like this, that's where I can actually come up with something. Writing is more relaxing because you have talking speech paralysis, get super cautious. Yeah. Yep, we all have our own things. And you have your strengths, we have our strengths. And hopefully, you find the people that you get to work with that help highlight those strengths. And you come, ape together strong. That's how it is. Good luck. But I'm glad we met Sabine again. Going back to this, so Sabine knew we were gonna pass by this place, so I'm assuming Sabine has been watching us. Sabine taped the freaking recorder onto the wall that we would see, and only we would see. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I have seen you with the Atagan members. Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. I am sorry if I have dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang, some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud on the quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time... A pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. Now, we don't know the true endgame of Sabine, or how Sabine is still tied to the corporation, to SNARP. That's a curious thing, Bill. Yeah, picture with words how some people think in words or think in pictures. I'm honestly not that familiar with the workings of it, because some people say that, they can never be a creative. I'm not sure entirely if that is actually true. I don't know. My naive, idealistic, optimistic self, that part of me, I always believe that every single person has the potential to be creative in their own way and contribute something creative to this world. And I strongly believe that whether people are aware of it or not, we as human beings cannot help but be creative. Because words are also creative. Art is such a nebulous thing, and yet it can also be so rigidly defined depending on your perspective of what art or creativity should be. But I always strongly believe that we can't have too much of any one thing. The fact that, you know, you have your strengths in a certain way, we can all be creative in some way together. That's what I think. I look up to you and how you can express things well when you stream, even when you play in Landas, because sometimes you get a word out of my mouth. Oh my god. Then, Mother, I really appreciate you saying that, but in my experience, more often than not, I have such a hard time expressing things. Like, I'm usually at a loss for words. I'm stressed about writing because I can't. It's like I try to write something, but it doesn't. It's like looking at here. I think that a good analogy is trying to draw something you see, trying to copy it. It's like you look at something and you think you can emulate it, but you're actually drawing of it. Like, it's so difficult. You can't just like draw what you see. Like, I cannot do that. Yeah, that's how it is, Big B. And we do need like that. Like in my case, I can't code. Yeah. And me, I have a hard time writing. Like, what's the last time I wrote something creative for myself? It's always been client work or for someone, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. So if I have a structure limitations and an objective, I can fulfill that in terms of writing. But if you're like, okay, you're totally free to write anything you want, write something original. Like, the ideas just appear in my head, but it's just so confusing, and I end up not knowing what to write or create at all, because the whole thing goes into that mix about you know, not first off, not knowing what you want to make, two, feeling that it's not that it wouldn't be interesting enough to anyone else, which I understand. You need to write something that is authentic and true to yourself before you can actually start pleasing other people. But it ends up getting me stuck and not going anywhere. So, which is why the last time I wrote something was in service for a theater company, because they had objectives and I knew what to write about, and I had no choice about it because deadlines and expectations. Do I start with a character or a setting? Good question. Yeah, people can just sit down and know what they want to write. That is, like, I used to be able to do that because I felt impassioned about things, but it's been a while since I could sit down and really think. I don't have a story yet that I want to tell. You know that feeling? That feeling that something you need to get out there, that you need to create. I have yet to really find that. So I've been having problems with that. But ask your question, do I start with a character or a setting? I haven't really thought about that, but now that I am thinking about it, I tend to start with a setting. I have a weakness with characters. It may be surprising to some people who play with me at the table. Like, role-playing a character in the moment, I'm totally fine with it. Some people say, like testimonials say, that they enjoy having me as a player because I bounce off well with other people. But that's the thing. Like, if you dig back into my character, like, where is my 20-page backstory? Where are my all my thoughts and beliefs and everything? Like, for me, it's always a work in progress. Like, I never go into an RPG knowing entirely everything about a character. But in terms of the setting, the vibe, I think I start with that. Thanks for that question. I didn't realize that. It really highlights the fact that I have a weakness with building compelling characters. I believe. I can't really tell because I haven't received much feedback on that. But I have verified with a friend of mine that I do have a weakness with dialogue. which was my biggest fear, writing for stage. Because when I was writing a play for the first time, I realized that obviously you cannot rely on camera angles here. You cannot rely on cinematography to bring your play to life. Like, sure, you can record a stage play and there's a whole art to that, but the play itself, you need a dialogue. It is mostly dialogue. Hell, there's some stage direction, sure, but that's largely left up to the directors, I found. Like, more than film, I find that stage plays have wildly different interpretations from the script itself. There's something about it. It's like I feel like theater companies take way more liberties in their interpretations of a stage play. Sorry, what was I saying? So that's all dialogue, and I had such a difficult time with dialogue because I'm weak with dialogue. To a certain extent, I'm weak with characters. But in terms of setting, that's where I usually begin. You start writing by emotion and what caused it. Like, your friends went on a trip and was invited to a paranormal story. Ooh, wasn't invited. I see. Yeah, writing from an emotion, coming from a place of emotion. That is also something that a lot of people. Yeah. A lot of art. We know this. I think a lot of writing is fueled by the creators' life experiences, and a lot of times you remember the trope of the emotional struggling artist, the emotional traumatized struggling artist pouring their hearts out on canvas or paper. You know, Taylor Swift writing an entire album about her breakups, writing a song about a relationship gone bad. That is great fuel. I think I do understand where you're coming from, Bill. It is definitely, that is volatile fuel, I would say. Sometimes it's character, making a living, breathing world and how the character got shaped and interacts with the world. Yeah. And when I was at a talk of world building at the World Anvil talk, they were talking about world building for RPGs and how some people start with like, we're gonna put the entire map on paper and talk about the political conflicts between these nations and stuff. For me though, I do start with setting, but I start with small setting. Like, I realized I'm still thinking about that question, where I begin. All the campaigns I've started have always begun with, like, for me, trying to solidify that one zone first, that one city, to even maybe that one kingdom, maybe. Just focus on a very small part of the world, and then really try to flesh that out and put the characters into conflict. And then when they start to reach out, that's when I start to like color in, okay, they're heading northwest to the port city. So what about the port city? So I kind of, similar to how I play my characters, I start with just a rough outline, rough characteristics, and then it's through play, through the actual process of creating it or experiencing it, that I feel comfortable in growing it. But if you give me like, okay, we need to create Middle Earth right now, create something like Middle Earth right now, it's like, holy crap. For one, I honestly one of my biggest insecurities as a creator is that I am definitely not as intellectual or as cultured as I believe myself to be. Because I always believe a lot of the people I know are so much smarter and so much more cultured and so much more knowledgeable in terms of how the world works, or how their knowledge of pop culture and film culture influences their work. Like, I feel embarrassed when people ask like, so what films have you watched? Or do you have a film recommendation? Because you call yourself a filmmaker. And me, I'm like, hold up. And I have a hard time, like, I can't tell you about that obscure film movement in Europe back in the day, and the directors attached to those, and what they were trying to fight against, stuff like that. Like, I know that helps inform your work as a creator, and I know I need to be studying up on those. I am pretty embarrassed about that, but I'm trying to be kinder to myself. So how that connects to creating a world, some people just know how the world works, which makes it feel authentic on paper, right? Like Sapkowski, I forgot, I don't know how to pronounce his name, writer of The Witcher, his day job before was a lawyer. So when you read The Witcher, the parts where it deals with law, investigation, justice, and the like, that really comes out in his works, and it feels real. It grounds the Witcher setting into one that you could imagine taking place in real history. A Tolkien, as a linguist, coming up with languages and everything, and the way he understands culture as a professor, you can see it manifested in his work of Lord of the Rings. But for me, it's all surface level. I'm so derivative. I'm just being honest right now. I'm so derivative. I know the temptation in homebrew is to drag elements from everything that you experienced and turn it into something on your own. Turn it into something unique, right? Like at the end of the campaign, it ends up becoming something unique. But at the beginning, it's like, behold, all the stuff I loved watching and reading and playing. I'll stuff it into here and make it like, it's like playing in a sandbox with your toys and having the ultimate crossover of all your fandoms. And then magic coming out of that. It's basically fan fiction. Anyway, sorry. Oh yeah, we are sucker for details, nuances of the character, like what made them the mafia boss. Yeah, and that is what I appreciate the Den Mother. Like, I experienced that. I only had a few sessions under you with Landas, but that's why the world feels whole. That's why the details were so important, and that they actually had ramifications to our players' actions. The fact that within the context of where we were, my character speaking in Japanese, one thing leads to another, and we learn more about our role in the world. I feel like if you start with setting, you'll get lost in your own world, and not in a good way. Become George R. R. Martin. Yes, that is one of the challenges, Bill, that in that seminar I attended, they were saying, okay, so you create your world, but don't remember that your players have to play in this world. Let's not like spend too much time, because he was talking about how he knows so many people who cannot stop world building. They cannot stop, to the point that they forget about, okay, what are my characters going to do now? So it's from the macro, they build all of that, and then now they're like, okay, we've got to zoom in all the way now. For me, I like working micro and then just expand from there. I'm not sure if it's a seminar on writing, but I guess we are. I think it sprung from me being impressed with how the writing in this game. Yeah, the research portion is so great. Like, you learn so many new things during it, like how military skirmishes worked in old times. So you can describe. Yeah, that is what I appreciated from playing under game masters who run modern, real world modern settings, especially if it's something to do with let's say Call of Cthulhu, or an investigative thing with clues and forensics. And like me, I do love firearms, so that's usually my input in terms of the realistic setting. In terms of tactics and how some outfits may operate, I can kind of have input on that. But I know people I really respect my game master who really went all the way. He started reading history books, reading manuals, reading firearms manuals, reading tactics manuals, and really, in the next time we played at that person's table, you could really see the growth. And like, I feel like I'm in a freaking X-Files episode here. It is so awesome. Yeah, Tolkien. Yeah, he started with the language and then the world, and then he was really top down. Like, I forgot the term for it, but top down world building. Yeah, top down world building versus bottom up world building. Obviously, there are no absolutes. You do a bit of both. Sometimes you'll do some top down to a certain level, and then, okay, I'm done. I created the gods. Now let's go for that city and how the gods affect that city. And you bounce back and forth, back and forth. But it is true that sometimes you'll feel more comfortable with a certain style of world building. Sorry, my mind just went to another thing, and that talk was followed by another fascinating thing where why I still love tabletop RPGs. We're talking about that and how we're learning through playing. It's a couple of novelists. I forget, their novel's quite popular in the young adult section. I forget what it is, but the way they wrote their characters, they were having a hard time writing it from scratch, or they had this outline of the character, but they weren't really sure how that person would act. How they solved that was they transported these characters into their friends' tabletop RPG games. So as those characters, it became a writing exercise to learn about how these characters would deal in high-stress scenarios or in social encounters or the whole scale, the whole spectrum. And they came out of that campaign understanding that character, which allowed them, it is like the breakthrough they needed to write their fantasy novels. Because they knew, without a doubt, that this character became a whole character being forged in the flames of a tabletop RPG campaign. So I found that fascinating. That's something that you might find interesting as well if you haven't played tabletop RPGs before, but you enjoy creating, writing, telling stories. It's very rewarding. I'm super happy. My brother recently got back into it. I'm happy that my brother found relatively stable group online. Because my brother was the one that introduced RPGs to me when I was a kid. He introduced AD&D to me. He even had the original dice set from the AD&D set, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd Ed, with Thaco to hit AC0 and all shit like that. My first character was a fighter and everything. He brought that into my life, tabletop RPGs, which fueled so many other things. And to see him now, one, writing again, and two, making art again. Because he used to draw a lot of stuff. He'd filled sketchbooks, and then he stopped. Life got in the way, and then my brother returned to D&D. He found a group to play with, and when we were out on a family trip, I saw him sketching his characters. That we were talking about the stories of his characters, and it was such a lovely, lovely time. And I'll always be thankful for how until today, tabletop RPGs still help me grow and as a person and maintain my humanity. Call of Cthulhu Firearms is a pain. Big piece. Thinking about the combat mechanics in Call of Cthulhu, it wasn't really built around that. Admittedly, we don't really have a grid. It's really more narrative based. But firearms, you shoot, right? And then and if you shoot at someone, that kind of puts more limitations. You cannot fight back against like someone who's shooting you. You can only duck for cover or something, which kind of makes sense, I guess. I don't know. It's tough. There haven't been that many shootouts because we end up going insane, or you cannot shoot the thing. So I haven't had much experience in terms of shootouts in Call of Cthulhu. But Pulp Cthulhu, on the other hand, it still uses the same rule set, but I think the talents and everything make combat encounters more interesting. Like, I played Pulp Cthulhu for a bit. We just played like a few modules, and yeah, it was fun. Like, you felt empowered. You come out with your Tommy gun. It's very Indiana Jones. In fact, I appreciate that there are levels of pulp. Literally, there's a system. Okay, if you want this level of pulp, we recommend adding these things. And you can turn it up all the way to the point that you have weird science, right? But we kept it to the level where it's kind of like Indiana Jones kind of pulp. And that is fun. You could actually punch your opponent in the face and be competent at it. Exactly. That is a big thing. Call of Cthulhu 7, it brings in humans, yeah. A funny pattern an interesting pattern that I realized was going on in my RPG circles is that, you know, D&D is great. I love how 5e brought it back to the fore, brought it to the mainstream. 5e was, I think, it really helped a breakthrough in terms of the TRPG sphere, the modern TRPG sphere. But I realized, like, after years of D&D, I found that a lot of people looking for the next TRPG experience, they end up in Call of Cthulhu, because it is a different experience from D&D. You are usually not empowered, you cannot usually solve things head on, and you are almost always at a disadvantage. So I found that transition quite interesting. Like, people were like, okay, we have our power fantasy in D&D. Now let's try real high stakes, you could die in one roll kind of thing. So they go to Call of Cthulhu. And then, what? I have to roll sanity? I'm afraid of this thing? Oh well. Yeah, you're a human being. You're looking at this thing your mind cannot fathom. It breaks at the sight of this world where physics does not, the rules of physics get thrown out the window, and the only way your mind can process it is by going insane, right? So it's fun. It's just in terms of, you can't, why a lot of people didn't stick around with it was because it's so easy to die and go insane that you can't you cannot hold on to, depending on your game master, don't get too attached to your player characters. Because more likely than not, they are going to go insane or die. Yeah, and mystery, that's a big thing as well. It leans on those RPG pillars that most of the Adventurers League D&D games did not fulfill. So that is investigation, what are the pillars? Social pillar, exploration pillar. Like, a lot of that gets thrown out of the way because people end up treating D&D like a combat MMO based thing, right? But when they get thrown into COC, social exploration, and perhaps, yeah, social and exploration, definitely. And then when you get into Call of Cthulhu after D&D, you're like, what? We have to look for clues? What? We have to talk to this NPC? You kidding me? And we have a fun time with it. I love it. It's great. It's a different experience and I love it. Yeah, anyway, thank you for listening to all that. It's one of the reasons. God Machine Chronicle in CTL is a fave, coming from a powerless spot and flaws and conditions and overcoming despite the odds. God Machine Chronicles in CTL? What are these? I'm gonna Google it. The God Machine Chronicles, a source book of the World of Darkness. Oh, it's another World of Darkness thing. CTL RPG. What is CTL? Oh, thank you for the subscription, Big B. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. All the funds go directly into the channel. It's all being saved up in a piggy bank somewhere, to hopefully grow this channel and provide everyone with better or original content. And also it keeps the cats fed. The cats are also working at the studio. You see that? That's hard work back there. That is hard work. Passion, putting in the hours in the stream. Very difficult, right? What's that? Yeah, I think someone brought up the Miyazaki meme. When they were interviewing Hayao Miyazaki, he was just like, "Oh, look at him, so carefree. He has no schedule." And it's just a white cat, like, sprawled on the table, not giving a shit about the world. You know, to be a cat once in a while. Changeling the Lost. Ah, yes, another World of Darkness thing. Trauma the game. Yes, passion there, encouraging people to get a nap when you can. You know, don't underestimate a good nap. However, naps can be a double-edged sword. Nap for too long, and you end up feeling worse when you wake up. When is the right time to wake up from a nap? Who knows? It all depends on you. Your mileage may vary. I'm the kind of person that end up I wake up from the nap. Okay, now I want to sleep. So it's not usually a good idea for me, no matter how tempting it is. Anyway, thank you for that. I like discussing all of those things. Feel free to just shoot me any questions about all that. I think I was able to remember what it's like to kind of have a creative side or a creative bone in me. But again, to just summarize everything, yeah, I love how people can be creative in their own ways. We all got something to give back to this world, and as human beings, we usually, our society makes us underestimate the value of creativity and quote unquote soft skills. But that's what we live for, right? I remember Ponderkind on the stream yesterday was just talking about that, how, art is what we live for. Understandably, we have that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Duh. I'm not saying that we shouldn't respect that. I do not want to romanticize starving artists. Please feed yourself before you do what you love. But after that, what then? Or even before that, it's still kind of sustenance that I think we need. So yeah, keep on keeping on. It's what we bond over, talk about, and we see our reflections of ourselves in these stories, and at the end of that, become better people, ideally. So Changeling is basically working through character trauma using the emotions you felt as a strength. And the DM is basically a psychologist going, tell me where they hurt you. Oh, wow. That sounds like, before getting into that, you'll need a lot of safety tools and a heavy session 0. Oh, man. Yeah, the dangers of treating tabletop RPGs like therapy, whether you are aware of it or not. Because we are not professional. Most of us are not professionals in that sphere. But I understand that there are professionals, psychiatrists and psychologists, who are looking at the play factor of tabletop RPGs as a form of therapy. That is something fascinating to me. But I've also experienced the dangers of people getting a bit too attached. Me and myself included. Sometimes the bleed effect is real. Please be careful if you decide to invest a huge part of yourself into a game without discussing beforehand what topics are, ought to be explored or not. That's why session 0 is so important. Safety tools are so important. You gotta know your own limits as a table before really jumping and diving into it at all. Back then, we were all like, yeah, let's kill some monsters. But years down the road, you realize, wait, I want something different out of this game compared to you. And then conflict starts. But we know better now, especially with tabletop RPGs reaching more and more people and realizing not only the magic and fun of it, but also the potential dangers and pitfalls of group dynamics and social activities and what have you. In fact, anthropologists would really get a kick out of studying RPG circles. I was talking about this with an anthropologist acquaintance, and she knew nothing about like the RPG sphere. So when I kept talking about, us going to these roles, talking about safety tools and how there's a certain hierarchy of needs and expectations and desires out of these experiences, she was just like, wow, this could very much be a solid anthropological study on, playing with fiction and becoming a role playing. Anyway, yeah, but we also have to understand that sometimes a group just won't work out, no matter No matter how much you try to prepare for in session 0, and no matter how many safety tools you have, you just have to accept sometimes that perhaps you need to find other people who want the same thing as you do. Anyway, Miss COC, my Mask of Nyarlathotep, one of my long-term dreams as a game master is to run a really great Masks of Nyarlathotep campaign, because I really loved my time as a player under Lands for Call of Cthulhu, Masks of Nyarlathotep. One of my favorite campaigns. My box set is just sitting there gathering dust. So, it's one of those things that arrived right before the pandemic hit. But I know you can do stuff digitally, but it's not the same. I even invested in like a box, an official tie-in with the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society. They had an official tie-up with... Who are the makers of Call of Cthulhu right now? Fudge. Chaosium. They officially teamed up with Chaosium to make a prop set. There, thank you, Big B. Chaosium. A box set of props for Massive Nyarlathotep. So it's a bunch of handouts. There's a scroll there that's an actual scroll, and then like your props that they could fit in the box. They would fake passports with fake. You could give a sticker sheet to your players to represent the stamps, which you can stick on your passport when you travel to that place. All of that. Newspaper clippings made out of actual newspaper. I loved it. I had that box, and I love that physical aspect of the Call of... Like, I noticed in Call of Cthulhu, a lot of... I think the genre, the setting, the style of play really lends itself to LARP, to a certain level of LARPing. To the extent of, like, changing your environment or putting props out there that your players can look at to really make you feel like you're in this investigation right now. Let's have a look at this weapon. So that's how we did it as well. For example, the game master for our Delta Green game, he requested I bring over like an airsoft shotgun and a pistol. Why I love gas blowback airsoft is because they operate like real weapons. So we brought them to the table, and then we were like teaching people about the parts of the firearm, how to disassemble it, and how it would work. How the basic functions of how a firearm works, so we could flesh out the scene further, or figure out how to deal with a certain problem. And the doctor on our table naman brought in the forensic knowledge as to the body would end up like this because of this and that. And that is fascinating, and it brings a lot more authenticity to it. But also, it adds a lot of pressure, because if you have professional doctors, firearms trainers, and hell, if you have someone from actual law enforcement or with investigative or law enforcement background, you can only like hand wave things so far with those kinds of players. Anyway, it's still a rewarding experience, but then it becomes a conflict of player versus character knowledge, because I'm not a forensic scientist, but my character is, so can I roll for it? So yeah, the GM respects that naman. It's like, I don't know what this means as a player, but I'm gonna roll for it because my character knows what it means forensics wise. So it's fun. It feels bad, like not being able to keep up with that kind of intellectual level at the table, but very rewarding. I never feel like the smartest person at the table, and I like it that way. I'm always learning from other people. Anyway. Yeah, it's so easy to LARP COC 7 because it's so close to reality. I will say though, most of the LARP I hear about is World of Darkness LARPing, and I think it's because of the same reason, because it's basically the real world, but the hidden world. I keep a lot of the LARP I hear about is from Vampire, most especially Vampire, but World of Darkness, and I guess understandably I can see why. I can see why that it is. Yeah, logically, you did everything you could, but if the group isn't on the same page, it just won't work out. Yeah. Some people just want to kill mobs. Some people don't give a shit about NPCs. Well, some people do. That's one of the toughest parts when you have some players who are so invested in your NPCs and they want to spend time with them, get to know them. They put their lives on the line for them. Like I saw that in Landas, our game. People were willing to go out of their way for the NPCs. But I also know some players who are like, I don't give a shit about these NPCs. I just want to finish the game. I just want to get to the objective and do the thing. Like, they're not real people. Why are you so invested in them? Which, yeah, that's how you want to play. But we have other people at the table who want to get to know these fictional characters because they're invested in their own way. Whether it's because this character reminds them of someone in real life, perhaps it's a way for them to process something they're going on in real life, or because they just think he's a badass and we just love falling for fictional characters, don't we? So you're learning not to put your worth as a GM on players leaving the table. That isn't on me. So yeah, if something doesn't work, we have to catch ourselves sometimes when it really hurts when you ask for feedback, and some of them, you appreciate the honesty when they say, "I'm not feeling really invested in this game, GM." That happened. Like someone said, "I don't really feel invested in this game," and then I ask why. Can we fix it somehow? Then I start to panic and scramble and try to fix things for that player. And in the end, it worked out. But hearing about how, it's not going well, it's always a big blow. But we gotta live with that. Yeah. That with people who know all these experts, let's just call them experts, or people with technical know-how, I understand that they can't help but bring that onto the table because they can solve this thing with their expertise as a person, as a player, and that can be rewarding in itself. You can play doctors and medical related characters, though you challenge yourself and try character expert. Yeah, expert hacker, struggle with thankfully fictional characters you can emulate, and dice rolls help. Yeah, and that's part of the magic of tabletop RPGs, right? It's our characters able to do things that we normally can't. But yeah, still there is that. It can be rewarding as well, playing with experts, and also not just in terms of technical things and medical stuff, but setting wise. If you're trying to play in an established setting such as Middle Earth or Star Wars, if your GM is, I don't know, if he's able to draw more out of canon or knows the setting inside out, that in itself can also be rewarding. It comes with its own host of challenges playing in an established setting, right? Because people have their own expectations of what Lord of the Rings is, what Star Wars is. So that also has its own set of challenges in terms of how much should you stick to canon, how many creative liberties do we want to take, how do you handle canonical characters. In my end, if a canonical character dies, they die. Like, it's your universe. If you end up killing Luke Skywalker because you accidentally left him in the cantina, that's whatever. Fine, Luke Skywalker's dead. But I have this pressure to get at least a baseline level of understanding of a setting before I run it, which is why I'm so hesitant to run Lord of the Rings and so hesitant to run the Avatar, The Last Airbender RPG. Like, the PDFs are out. I've been wanting to run an Avatar thing because I love Last Airbender and Legend of Korra. Despite what people say about it, I love Legend of Korra and Avatar The Last Airbender. And I really want to try the RPG. But I told myself, no, you gotta read the Kyoshi novels first. And you gotta read the Yan Feng, the Airbender Avatar before Aang. They just released the novel, book 1 for her. So it's like, now I have to catch up with that. But I'm only in the second Kyoshi novel. The first one's great, by the way. I do recommend the Kyoshi novels. And then the comics as well. It's like, no, you gotta read the comics before you run game in Avatar The Last Airbender. For Star Wars, I gave up on keeping up with it because there's just so much novels, comics. But back then, I used to be up to date with the new Marvel canon. Before they started releasing novels, I watched all the series and I thought, okay, I can't keep up. It's just there's the limit to my Star Wars knowledge. For all I know, Darth Vader's going through some other arc that I don't know about. That someone's gonna bring it up at the table, but actually, Darth Vader already tried to save Padme. It's like, okay, calm down, man. It's like, I don't know your canon, or like I'm not updated with the canon. Let's go. Of course, it's about a discussion with your group, right? But in Lord of the Rings, it's like, but wait, Aragorn wouldn't be here, or like Arwen wouldn't do that, or Gandalf wouldn't do that. It's like, I'm trying here, man. It's like, you try to encapsulate Tolkien's work into an RPG and try to run it. That's a huge ask. Anyway, those are some of my fears in terms of running at an established setting. But, you know, hopefully the people I run for are more forgiving in that aspect. Because, full transparency, I am no Tolkien scholar. I am no Star Wars lore. I'm no Star Wars holocron. I'm no holocron keeper. Anyway, more of a snapshot of the existing setting, and if canon content gets released and doesn't fit, then only much more realm. Yeah, and that's we take creative liberties, and then if canon doesn't fit, whatever. We also draw from legends. Like in Star Wars, if you liked something about legends, which is currently in limbo in terms of canon, it's like, yeah, put that in. I want to put Kal-Katarn in. I want to put in Old Republic stuff in, right? Just for, you're having fun with it. But again, what kind of Star Wars experience does your table want? What kind of Lord of the Rings experience does your table want? So yeah. I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we are going to continue low end because we've kept our underworld doctor Sabine waiting. But I appreciate talking about this. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for the raid, the follows, and the subscriptions and the gift subs. I always appreciate it. The cats appreciate it. They work so hard sleeping on that cat chair. You have no idea. BRB, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Speaking of overlords, Maya's finally come. This is the boss of the studio. She was just coming on to check that I'm doing my work, and she's telling me like, you're not even playing the game, you're just talking. But I appreciate it. Isn't that right, Maya? You have anything to say to chat? No? Okay. I'm sorry. Boss is angry. Thanks. That is it. Thank you for the free cat redeem, yeah. Maya was approaching and I'm like, I caught you now. Okay. Where were we? So what happened here again? We were working for the Yatagan enforcers. We were basically working for the Yakuza, organized crime syndicate here. Alright, take care then, Mother. Good luck with that interview. Let us know what happens with that. I'd love to see more of your work. And have a good nap. May you dream of electric kitties. How would that look like? And I'm thinking of cute cat robots and stuff like that. Anyway. Happy nap dreams. I will see you soon in Landas. I did my learning curves already, right? Yeah, I did it after the session. I try to do it now so I don't forget. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An SNARP employee. Do they know that I know? Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. So the Yatagan pulled up some files telling us that, hey, Sabine is still working for SNR, but I'm still trusting in Sabine. I'm thinking maybe they're trying to screw over SNR. But you know, getting involved with the Yatagan. Hopefully we don't get trapped. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. So that's what we get for working with Rabia. We can gain Ethan's protection by working in the compressor. So we have to choose our focus here. I'm still not sure about working for Ethan, but we could actually... Okay, let's see if... No, 2 more days for Feng. Again, can we please have a summary of locations and events? Like I need to have a snapshot of like all the clocks that are working on. Let's focus on... Okay, well that was a bust. This shit, we just keep getting kicked down. We get screwed over for being a contractual worker. Ethan gets screwed over because they get an in-house bounty hunting service. So all the freelancers are out of a job now. There's rioting on the streets, on the space station for the Sidereal Horizon. And we're working for the Mafia. Perfect. So let's put this here. Wait, building a home, what does that require? It's endure. With all the materials, units, blah blah blah. So makeshift apartment. Maybe I don't feel like settling down yet. Compressor club, what does that require? Work the front or work the back. So Ethan's debt 0 and 1. Let's work for Rabia and maybe consider getting Ethan on our side. Ethan was also screwed over. Enemy of my enemy, I guess. They might send... SNR might send their in-house bounty hunting people to capture us. And we'll need someone on our end. I still can't trust him though. So we're gonna dedicate 6 to this because we trust Sabine more. And maybe for some credits, let's work at the compressor club. Working the door, taking deliveries, staffing the bar. Front work at the compressor is a cocktail of shouted orders, alcohol, and violence. Ugh, neutral outcome. Oh, that's a lot of energy. The drink order comes in minutes after you do, and you spend the time lifting huge boxes into the back. Exhausting. Ethan's debt. Turns out the compressor's owners are local gangsters. Now Ethan has to work off his debt if he wants to keep breathing. So, guess he'll owe me one. That's the end of that cycle. We are flickering. It's okay. We have 2 dice. We don't need the energy yet. We have 1 stabilizer, some cryo. We need to secure a job. Because we lost our job. Okay. Things are looking not so good. Ending the cycle. Uh-oh. Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. Is this the end game? Because this is a long clock. So is this our deadline now? And these are our possible endings. Leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker. Leaving the station is out of the question now. We failed that drive to get onto the sidereal. I don't know how we could have fixed that. Maybe we should have done some hacking to get us on the list. I don't know. Maybe there was a secret action we should have done to get on the sidereal. Like if I could have hacked the database to get Lem and his daughter, Mina, on the ship. Now I feel terrible. Maybe that's an outcome. I'm gonna Google it after we finish this playthrough. But this seems like the ending. And we have to choose either to get Ethan's protection, to help Feng, disable our tracker. So those are our only 2 options now because we cannot leave the station. I see. We're cool. We can do this. Oh my god, I'm starving. I am starving. I need to go to Memphis right now. Memphis, I need food. Oh god, okay. That's our daily platter of fungi. Okay, so we are going to work for Rabia and try to get Ethan's protection while waiting for Feng. It's 1 more cycle to Feng. So we have our options. We still have options, chat. We're not gonna get stuck. We're not gonna be like sitting ducks here. We also have our reroll. Let's do it. Oh god damn it, those are terrible rolls. Terrible freaking rolls. Let's finish up becoming a Yatagan insider. Can I finish it up? God. Chance of failure here, and it's a risky job. Nah. Art Fabricator, Yatagan Dispensary. We need credits. We gotta take a bar shift here. That's for 15 cryo, but our rolls are pretty shitty. They're 4 for hacking. Who sells data now? Who buys data now? Yatagan. Oh, okay. So we can actually keep our health up. I'm worried we might need Yatagan data in the future. It's 10 cryo per Yatagan data. So we're selling some information to them. We need to make the most out of this. If this fills up, I think that's endgame. Terrible, terrible rolls. What can we do with it? Minji Express, Tambor Tea House. Oh, we could gamble and play Tavla, but that's... I guess we should just hack. Oh, 2 days until Lemon Mina gets an update. I hope they're fine. Oh, Castor Stable. Ah, right. Oh, Yatagan business. Right, I forgot. We also met this fence. Shoot. The stories about Yatagan are brutal, but I want the truth. A vial of stabilizer should provide the motivation. So 5 data for a vial of stabilizer. Seems like a good deal. Other than that, because it's that or we pay 80 credits. So let's get this data. Perfect. It's a 1. Boom, 5 data. Return to Castor, play some Tavla, and get a vial of stabilizer. Let's go. That's enough for now, Sleeper. I have other things to attend to. Alright, cool. We got a vial of stabilizer. Now, Havenous Protocol, so let's work towards this. What are the old guard up to these days, I wonder? I have a ship mine for you if you'll indulge my curiosity. Do we even need a ship mine for something? Perhaps down the road we might need it? We have terrible rolls these days today, so let's go for Havenage. Freaking Havenage, I'm gonna start hacking them. They screwed us over. Assholes. Gonna leak all their data. That's it for that cycle. Anonymous gifter. You're so anonymous, I cannot... You don't appear in the leaderboard. But thank you for the anonymous gifts. Hopefully Dapper Goat Jones, wherever he is, wherever they are, appreciates that. Okay, we still can go for one more day before stabilizer goes. Si Junel po yun. Enjoy your cat emotes, Dapper Goat Jones. I still appreciate it. Like, you're still here, man. You're still here. Thank you. We're gonna be playing for another hour, I think. But enjoy ad-free viewing and my rambling as to random shit. Alright. We can talk to Feng after eating. Okay. Let's talk to Feng first. See, look at this. Moving the horizon. Celes are apparently going to start moving the sidereal horizon to the hub soon. I have a feeling this might be just a break in this quest line. Maybe there's still a chance to get smuggled aboard the sidereal horizon. Maybe we can try to do that for Lemon Mina. While waiting for that, however, scrapyard's over here. Unload containers, offloading scrap. We don't need scrap right now. We have 5521. We could, yeah, 246. We could hack Havenage, sell it to Castor for something. That's what we can do for today. Lemon Mina, one day. Let's talk to Feng first. Let's see where that leads. Feng, this is Feng, a Havenage systems engineer. We're trying to take down his boss. His corrupt boss. When you enter the service dock, Feng is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He's leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out, not everyone in Havenage is set against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. Oh, this is a mistake. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Havenage is set against me. A couple of my old systems pals Managed to ship me some of my old gear. He gestures at the pile of blinking hardware. I don't think it's a mess. As a hacker myself, as a character, nice kit. Feng does a mock bow. So what are we looking for, Feng? What are we looking at? One massive smoking gun. He raises his eyebrows. Feng beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the wastes on his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Feng shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, in a whole underground facility to support them. Ah, conspiracy. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Why? They're planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin masked his whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes. But there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the eye. Feng looks worried. And why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Havenage knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. I can try. No use. You need to enter the cloud, and there's no cloud to speak of. Oh no, my weakness. There is no cloud. There is no Wi-Fi here. He turns and winks. That's why I'm gonna pay them a visit. How? You forget. Havenage come in and out of their old cycle. I should be able to get in, as long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. But if they put up his face like this guy's no longer a Havenage member, if they did that, you're not gonna get in. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in the network and we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility, buried deep down there. Miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars, so it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it. But as long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. Ah yes, the ripper worms. Pocket full of worms. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly. This time they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they are tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. That'll fry their perimeter systems and get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank, you need to break in and slot a ripper to disable it as soon as you can. If I can't... Fang gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they are gonna find me. Simple as that. So this is basically the GM telling you, you cannot be distracted from this quest. You need to focus your dice on this quest. He claps you on the shoulder. I need you focused on this one, so I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot that first one. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. Got it. Don't worry. You can run things around their protocols. I've seen it. It's my specialty. Feng gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing. No matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. Oh no. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. Don't talk like that. Just listen, he hisses. You never seen Feng so serious. You take whatever I have managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals, hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Havenage, Yatagan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't snaking away this time, he grins. I've got a bit more work to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. Hell yeah! So that's our in-game condition, I think. Where is it? Crack Conway? There, slot the first Ripper Worm. Whoosh. Here it is. Okay. We'll do as much hacking as we can. This is the strength of our character right now. This is how our character looks like, by the way. So interfacing and Intuit are our strengths. We are a slicer hacker. So I think I'm gonna go with Feng on this one. We've come such a long way. Please disable the freaking tracker so I can live in peace. Interfacing with Conway access. Slotting this first worm will allow Feng access into the facility. You'll need to be ready to give this all your attention. Ooh, point of no return. But then, Lemon Mina, the father and daughter. Am I gonna turn my back to them? The free spoke. We haven't even fully explored that. Oh god. One more day. Let's just hope Lem finds work. Look, I need to disable my tracker. And once I do, I can help my friends. So I won't be tracked down. One more day before the sidereal. I have a feeling Lem is finding a way to board the sidereal horizon. I have a bad feeling that he's gonna do something desperate to try and smuggle himself aboard the sidereal. One day before we find out. For now, however, let's get some food first. Right. Order in some pizza, some Chinese takeout before we go off to hacking. Let's go. Slot Ripper Worm. Slotting this worm will allow Feng access into the facility. You'll need to give it all our attention. Let's go. So the Ripper Worm, a self-guided program that scalps data from closed networks. Boom. Okay. I think this is where the endgame begins. The worm tunnels in and starts looping data through the node. The Conway facility open up to you. Godspeed, Feng. The cloud. In the data of the ghost of the eye. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps up out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink in water. Sleeper! Feng's voice crackles through. Moving in! Nodes, then ports. Aware of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You are on your own now. Oh, here we go. Consec F1. This node is linked to the outer security layer. Feng must be struggling to get through. Okay, we have... Let's use up our dice results here. 1. Thankfully, we are a hacker. We get to use more results. F1 port located. The first layer of security. A ring of doors around the central facility. Time to open them up. Installing Ripper Worm. The Ripper Worm creates its feedback loop, overloading the security system. Let's go. Oh shit. 2 gates. Both the S-layer nodes need to be extracted before the port will open. It's their time. Okay. Yes, we have a... No, we don't have a 5. Fuck. The inner S-layer security is more complex. 1 access point won't be enough to locate the port. Okay, let's use the 2 here. Rerolling. Yes! Oh no, we need a 4! Or 1 and a 2. Oh, god damn it. The rolls are not in our favor. RNG not doing good for us. Okay, 6 cycles, 6 cycles. We're stuck. Feng, we can't get in right now. You have to give me another cycle. Shit. Okay. What do we do with this then? Since we're attacking Havenage, I think it's thematic to continue hacking Havenage and give the data to defense. Perfect. 1 more Havenage. Perfect. Let's bring them down. Re-entering real space. Meeting Castor at the Tavla tables. Selling him some Havenage data. What are the old guard up to these days, I wonder? I have a ship mine for you if you'll indulge my curiosity. Here it is, data for you. I appreciate what you've presented, but I have nothing more on offer. So what happens now? After we give him the data? That's it. Maybe he'll contact us later. But what he does with the data, I don't know. Maybe we'll bring down the company. Alright. This is important. We are going to inject stabilizer to make sure we have all the dice we need. End the cycle. Oh no, for the Lemon Mina. I need to check up on them. We were so focused on helping Feng. Oh wow, look at that, Sidereal Horizon's gone. Let's check on Lemon Mina. So on the way to Lemon Mina, the usual routine, we wake up in our container, we travel all the way here to the market, the Bright Market, where we buy some food. Not to emphasize, share a story. Imply that perhaps we're about to get off this rock. And visit Lemon Mina at their apartment in Low End. Oh no. Oh no. Mina, Lem's daughter. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina, sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bun Bun. Oh no, oh no, oh no, no, no. Hi, Mina. Hi, robot, says Mina sullenly. Oh, hi, robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. Oh shit. Where's Daddy? Mina doesn't respond. She walks Bun Bun across the floor, narrating quietly to herself. Oh, please don't go there. You look around the unit. It is a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor. Her drawing slate cracked and dark. Oh shit. Tidy up or play with Mina? Play with Mina. You sit down beside Mina and she turns away, taking Bun Bun with her. But after a little while, she turns back and you play together. She insists you both, Bun Bun, on a trip away, dragging the stuffed rabbit across counters and surfaces. You just started to look at fixing Mina's cracked slate when Lem enters. Oh, he's there. Okay. Lem. Sleeper, what are you? He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Where were you? Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now too? Wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. Shoot, but we're currently helping Feng. No, my character would be like, Lam, I want to help. You know I'm here for you. Help? Unless you have a sidereal ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few from the cruise. It turns out only long-time Havenage members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. Havenage say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, and who knows? Maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes. But what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. He slams his hand down on the sofa. That can't be it. Or what does this mean? That can't be it about Havenage not knowing, or you're giving up? I don't want to say you're giving up. I don't want to assume that. That can't be it. Well, it is. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the sidereal up the hub now, you know? He says without meeting her eye. That's where it'll depart from. We are bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. Oh no. Yeah, he's gonna try to do it. He's gonna either sneak aboard or steal a ticket. Sneaking a ticket will grant us the credentials that we might need, but it's bound to the number and license, so you'll have to basically take care of an employee. Sneaking aboard, you're gonna be, there's a reason why they're being put in cryo sleep, because going to another solar system, they're not gonna be awake for that. They need a spot in the cryo chambers, I think. We could steal a ticket. Lem laughs. There's no tickets. I was joking before. Just those ID numbers, coded to someone's identity. No stealing that. Ah. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time, he sighs. We had our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. Oh no, are we gonna promise this? What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I miss that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around? Be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the sidereal will bring in a crowd. But be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. Yeah. You find any way on board, you take it. You need help to get there? Ask me. But for now, me and Meanie here are sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. Oh no, he's the one who's gonna give up. He's the one who's... Okay, they're choosing the station now and they're gonna try and get me on board. But, oh, is this something... I'll find a way, Lem, for us all. Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand to leave and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Why are you like we're saying goodbye? Why is it the last time we're gonna see each other? Then you are out, back in the walkways of the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. Oh crap, we lost them as an interaction point. Now what? Work for a BIA, flotilla aid. Oh, that's it. They're not... They're gone. They're not a drive anymore. Sidereal's not here. Havenage office, not there. Maywick, that's her endgame timer, I'm assuming. Rotunda Wet Docks is for the Hellion crossing. This is for the merchants. Art Exchange, Dispensary, Compressor Club, Fabricator, Stall. Tea House for gambling, Derelict Unit for home. Minji Express, Castor Stable, Arabia. Maybe you have to climb the free spoke to get to the... Sidereal. Ship. Mushroom farming. Service dock. So this is the one. Fang's progress. Fang's main terminal shows you how far he has progressed through the facility. The deeper the better. Conway extraction. A timer in the terminal shows how many cycles you have left to get the data you need. Come on, Fang. And we didn't roll a 4. Frack. Come on, come on, come on. What do we need for this? 1, 2, oh! Dear, thank God. We have 1, 2. You can do it with a 1 or 2. Let's go. Got it. 2 locks gone. The second layer controls the Conway drones tasked with the tasked with patrolling the hangars. Installing the Ripper Worm. The Ripper Worm fries the drone's network link. Now they can't report anything. Yeah, let's go. Oh shit, 3 nodes. Consec X1. This node is buried deep in the wastes. This has to be the final security layer. Hold on, Feng. So we need for this one, 4, 5, 6. For this one, so we have a 5. For this one, 1, 2, or 3. 1, 3, or 5. So we can do this as well. Dedicating these 2 dice. How many nodes are on this layer? You've never seen such tight security before. Come on. X3 needs a 6. 1 or 4. Shit. We don't have any of that. Let's get rid of the first 2 first. And reroll. Maybe we'll get lucky. We're gonna put 5 here, right? That's 1. Bypassing. Come on, master hacker frame, let's go. 1, 4, 6. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Fuck. 1! We did it! 3 nodes to locate the final port, then Feng will be in. Not much time left. Come on, Feng. It's all on you now. Yes. Last Ripper Worm. This final layer controls surveillance. With this down, Feng should be able to control the facility's cameras. Counting on you. The Ripper Worm chews through camera control. The moment it does, a thread shoots from the facility. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security broken. Somewhere, buried in the depths of the station, Feng is in control. He's slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene. 2 figures in a room, one sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin, the unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They are vague, unformed. A problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connections, someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. Smart. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does. From the distant safety of some ship, or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward. There is no doubt, Hardin is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready. And after that, I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movements tilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I have been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Hardin waves the accusation away. We have been outstretched. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Hardin. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of AE-1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Hardin approaches the proxy. There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster a defense. Not from Havenage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye. And the people of this station? Refugees, gangs, spacers. All either opportunists or degenerates. Who's talking here? Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision. nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. Wait, what? Who is talking? I think it's still that Havenage guy, Hardin. The eye is crippled. It cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles. Hardin stands. So what's he after? You will move forward with the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims in the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark. He pauses. Do I need to continue? One moment, comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? In the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station, formerly known as Solheim A1. A salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. Oh shit. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Harlan nods. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There is a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures crushed and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on his station in the eyes of the people in that room and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment, they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another, the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. That is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer. Not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system Feng prepared. And then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads, heading out into the black to every network device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Or they'll say it's fake news. Let's see who will win, the troll farms or the truth. Okay, drive completed. Wait for Feng to return. We got an achievement. Crack the toughest security on the eye. Hell yeah. I do not regret investing in hacking. Whew, back in real space. Let's save that skill point for something we might need down the road. So wait for Feng to return. That was a long cycle. Let us return. Should we keep working for Rabia? Because we also want Feng, right? We want Feng. We want to find out where Sabine is as well. So many loose threads. I don't know if we can do everything. Feng's Bay. So 2 days. Havenage in crisis. The building is chaos. Most of it is in total lockdown. No one will give you a straight answer about Feng or Hardin. 2 cycles before we find out the ramifications of that video. Perfect. For now, let's lie low and use this die for something good. Let's continue working for Rabia. I think the priority would be finding Sabine. They're trapped by the mafia. Gaining Ethan's protection is we will need last resort work with Ethan. How do I build a home? You need endure. So I should probably I can get rid of this dump stat. Or we've been living in the container for a month. Let's continue working with Rabia. We have 2 more we need. So this is a guarantee for energy. This is a risky action, but it's a guaranteed positive. We have a 5. It also gives us scrap components for anything we might need. So let's continue to collect protection money. Neutral outcome. One more. Among the craftsmen and merchants, you visit a chef who insists on feeding you, and the other enforcers a rich stew of his own recipe. Okay. Let's end the cycle. Returning home. Long day of hacking. Still good, full on energy. One more day before we meet Feng to get rid of the bloody tracker. Many days before the end, I guess. We can become an enforcer for Yatagan. I still don't see anything about the sidereal horizon, but I am curious about the spire. That's something we left unexplored. I'm not sure if I can... It's smart to invest time in exploration right now. Okay, let's put in 1 die for exploration. Let's put in a couple of dice for exploration. You know, first, let's finish what we started. Let's finish our round of collections. Get some energy while we're at it. Putting a 4 over there. Good. So we have the dentist again. So now we are an insider. I hope I don't regret this. This is Rabia, the loyal Yatagan lieutenant. This time you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she's missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears, this one in her art, is set in a cradle near the terminal. A web of colored wires running to it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the two diminutive stools. Yes, enjoy your cat emotes. And I guess the most thing of course, ad-free viewing. I do appreciate it. Please enjoy it. And I hope to have more for subscribers in the future as well. You know, you gotta get more something. You gotta get something out of it. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the two diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools. Hopefully your work went well, Spicy Soy Sauce. Welcome back. Or if you're still at work, oh, don't get caught. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the two diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight back. Jia told me you have been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to see for myself. She raises an eyebrow. See what for yourself? How a gang operates. She doesn't like being called a gang. She thinks they're really helping low end. If the stories are true. I see. Rabia flexes her neck side to side. And the conclusion? Nice meeting you as well, Spicy Soy Sauce, and everyone else who came into the raid. I appreciate that you're still here, still lurking, still supporting the channel. I do appreciate it. Thank you for taking your time at the table. You're always welcome at the table if you need to talk about anything, especially creative stuff. I want to get stuff I want to get stuff launched, you know? I want to create stuff. It's about finding that. Hopefully we'll get to work with each other in the future and spend more time together. So, about working with a gang. Only the good ones, only the bad ones. We've seen them working well as a community. Admittedly, it's scratch your back, I scratch mine. They don't seem to be abusing their power. But we've only seen the good side of it. They have helped uplift the people of low end when the other corporations wouldn't. We're trying to get on their good side. As to helping out Sabine, I don't know. Only the good ones. Rabia laughs. Well, that is good news. She closes her eyes for a moment. I hope you can see how things work here now. A strong Yatagan means a strong low end. Both are woven into each other. I know that for you, life on the eye has been a struggle. But I hope we could do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That is why you have come to us. Oh no, I'm gonna become like a double agent at this point. Sabine! Oh no, they showed up! I hope Sabine believes that we're not like... Okay, let's see. Enough, Sabine. Sabine's voice... enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I am tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparkling electricity. Rabia looks between the two of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you two? She looks strangely unfazed. No, they're acting alone. Yes, we didn't discuss this. I stay silent. Sabine pauses, thrown off by your silence. Oh no, did we forget something? Sabine was telling us don't trust them. But I was trying to infiltrate them, Sabine, and now you show yourself here. Oh no. This is what happens when you don't coordinate, chat. Oh shit! Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to her knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop! Then you support them, Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia, Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she's about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Now what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they had forgotten about your presence. Rabia cracks her neck. You are lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right. Every right! She shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts themselves a little, bruised from the fall. They roll onto their side and cuff. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props themselves up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, she laughs. No coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak! She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually, they say it. So, a bit of context here. Sabine and I found out that someone has been collecting data from Yatagan's implants. For what purpose, we don't know. But the people with these implants don't know that their information is being collected. So, Sabine has found out that, I guess, they've discovered Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching. But she writes it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from SNARP, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper. They take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for SNARP long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. I knew all along, Sabine. I trusted you. What you should know is that I left SNARP because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. SNARP wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge to the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect themselves. And what does this have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. The Sleeper knows you are SNARP. I told them. And while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the Sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Oh no. But I'm pretty sure it's one of the things. It's like Sabine from Clone Wars, now that I think about it. Like Sabine from Clone Wars also worked on this project, not knowing that they would twist it and use it for immoral ways. So maybe that's where they got inspiration from. Perhaps they looked at Sabine in Clone Wars, and perhaps this character Sabine is named after them. You know, working for the Empire and getting away from all that, or the Empire, the big bad, claiming your work and twisting it into something immoral, when once it was supposed to be a promise of, like, perhaps the sleeper program was touted as, you know, unlimited labor, where, you know, these weren't sentient beings. Perhaps they were just robots. I don't know. Explain, please. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. See, we saw that shame the very first time they saw us. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of SNARP. Rabia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away. In exchange, Rabia slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. Oh, building up to all of this. In exchange for those. Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. Oh, Sabine's been the one installing the implants on the enforcers. Not knowing that it was a way for Yannick to collect data. He has been using Yatagan enforcers, using you, as test subjects for SNARP technology. I have the data to prove it. He has been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabia. They could sort out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I have tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Oh shit. Rabia closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabia through the manifests and usage data. Both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. Oh, okay, so this is later, much later, when we leave. Well, we leave. So Sabine is still taking Rabia through the manifest usage data, but them crowded around the terminal. Okay. Can you really believe all that, though? As you leave, Sabine catches your eye, and something passes between you. Something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. You know, mixed feelings there, and they explain it well. We also used our hacking to get to the bottom of this, putting our skills to good use for our friends. Hell yeah! Drive completed. And good luck, Sabine. Good luck, Rabia. Hope you can take down Yannick. Is that where they leave it? One of those things where you help them along. That, let's say you're like that stranger that they pass along. They pass. You help them and then you let go. Like Lemon Mina, like the mercenary we encountered. Okay, what's next? So we are waiting for Feng, right? We're waiting for Feng. One more cycle. We're about to wind down the stream. Let's see the I want to see the outcome for that and see where we go from there. I don't know if it's going to be the end of the game. Because the game is not supposed to be that long. But we have been reading everything. And we've been taking time to talk. In fact, a lot of the sessions of Citizen Sleeper, a lot of the time has just been me just talking, just chatting as a Twitch channel. But I do appreciate those moments. I talked about a lot of things. You're playing Citizen Sleeper. It's because it's not a very active game. But I want to see what happens after the fallout of releasing that data. So, exposing injustices, exposing corruption, I'm here for that. Let's see what happens. Hope we get that win. Especially in this climate, in this political climate right now of impunity. Of people just lying blatantly and getting away with it, chat. When will the truth win? Okay. So, what do we want to work on as a side project? Ethan's protection, there's no time limit on that. Except for... Actually, there is. Comparing this... to get Ethan. I think we need to secure Ethan's protection. Shit. We need to work on that. We need to cover our bases. We can't just rely on our trackers being disabled. They are still notoriously efficient bounty hunters. Yeah, we're gonna work on Ethan's death. Alright, reroll. Come on, yes! The drink order comes in minutes after you do, and you spend the time lifting huge boxes into the back. Okay, 5. Come on. This is a 6. Good. You and Ethan get put on bar in a quiet shift and have a pleasant conversation with the customer. Turns out they are a friend of the owner. So Ethan's also working with us. So we're halfway towards finishing up Ethan's debt. We have a 3. There's a chance of failure. It's dangerous. I'd rather not possibly fail. 25% chance to fail. What is this? This is perk predictive reasoning, repeatable actions. This is engage. This is engage action. Endure is the one that uses our raw strength. Engage is approaching a problem head on. Do we want to get rid of this dump stat or invest now in Thrill Seeker? Chance to gain energy after any engage action. Right now, we're at the point in the game where we've been starting to engage things head on. Or do we want to keep working on our engineering skills? We haven't been doing much engineering, but I think we've gained more confidence as a character. Let's go. We've gotten the Thrill Seeker perk with +1 to engage actions. That's our endgame build. I think it makes sense for the way our character's been dealing with problems, or how we have been dealing with problems. Okay, we have a 3. We could try to get Moot's attack caps. It was kind of free time. Or we could try to investigate the spoke. We could climb the spoke. Ah, no. No. Here, guaranteed success to enter the spoke. A tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. So what is the spoke? It is a layer after layer. The spoke is layer after layer after layer of dense urban fabric. The only way to explore it is vertically, and supposedly the spoke connects to the other side of the eye if it's a ring, right? There's just a huge gap that you cannot cross, I think, unless you go through the spoke. So there might be a whole other zone we haven't explored yet. Let's go for that. Somehow, deep in the spoke, you come across a thoroughfare lit by work lamps where groups pass back and forth with ease. Aha! Midline Freight Hub, Spoke Transit Center. Oh, what's this? We can steal a shipment. We told ourselves we wouldn't stoop to thievery. Well, I guess hacking, we were kind of stealing data. Alright, fine. Maybe we did stoop to that level. Sorry, maybe we are criminals. Well, we've been doing it to take down the big bad person. But no, okay. Difference is, our character told ourselves that we wouldn't steal for our own gain. But then fighting against the big bad is also for our own gain. But it's also to help other people. This place is full of gray areas. Lots of shades of gray here, chat. Okay, this is new though. Stealing shipments from midline is going to be picked up fast. Even if you are careful, their systems can't be fooled for long. So, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep stealing. But you gain random items. So this is gacha. This is a gacha location. Midline runs automated freight down from the free spoke. They need skilled operators and you don't have to lift a single crate. So freight operator, it's a job for interfacing. Easy money, but it doesn't really get us anywhere. We can continue to investigate the spoke, however. Next cycle. Alright, moment of truth. How is Havenage going to take the reveal of that deal between Havenage selling the spire, selling the spoke to a salvage? Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. Before we deal with that, let's eat. Again, being a regular at the... Wait, can we do it? Can we do both? Oh, Rabia's office. What's this? Oh no, three more ticks. Enemy of my enemy. Rabia and Sabine have been holed up in her office for a while now. What are they planning? Oh, this quest line continues. Okay. Castor does not need any more data. That's enough for now, Sleeper. I have other things to attend to, and I appreciate what you presented, but I have nothing more to offer. So we're done with that fence. Minji Express is plus energy for noodle manufacturing. So, what is endure? We don't endure well. Let's just buy from Amphis. Right? Let's buy food. We still have some cryo to spare. Sweet, sweet. Let's go. Okay, moment of truth. Disable your tracker. Let's speak to Feng. Please, please be a positive outcome. Feng grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meetings after endless meeting. Havenage have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Feng is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. Bundles you inside? What does that mean? That was the slickest operation this station has seen. He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I am so proud. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras at the Havenage security that weren't in on it. I got to watch through the cameras at the Havenage security that weren't in on it. Assaulted the station. Wait, what? I got to watch through the cameras as the Havenage security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Okay, Feng smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with a pistol. It was beautiful. So what are they going to do with him? I'm not sure anyone knows. But he is cooperating in dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. Maybe they'll exile him when they are done, or hand him over to some core authority. Feng shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye, right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. Is it true? Feng looks at you directly. Not if we don't want it to be. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old, and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlin and Havenage installed. They keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. Am I not reading? The master control points. The master control points that Erlin and Havenage installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you are asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no, he smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. So to stop it from, instead of abandoning it, they're gonna try and keep the eye spinning, despite how bleak it seems. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. Feng squeezes your shoulder. But as far as I am concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Feng raps on the side of the terminal. I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker. Oh my god, I did it. After so long, Feng. I'm being hunted down, I'm being chased. I'm still being hunted down. Please take care of my tracker. I helped you out so much already. Not that I didn't want to help you. I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripperworm, one made to deactivate a tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't just show SNR where you are, it transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it, it'll edit that data to tell SNR your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins wildly. Pretty smart, right? Yes, that is perfect, Feng. Just slot it in already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget they were even there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Feng, a little nervously. Tired, the same, free. What do you want to say in this scene after all that? Free. Feng smiles widely. Well, you are free, Sleeper. He claps you on the shoulder. Feng lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Feng wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs and you join him. And later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should, last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and it is one that you know, deeply and truly, is worth protecting. GG. That feels like an ending, but it's not over yet. Apparently, we still have... Wait, you aren't finished with this cycle. Complete active scenes to proceed. Active scenes? Oh, there are more scenes. We have an upgrade point, though. Okay, what active scenes are there? So the game does... Oh shit, Ethan. Is this the end game? Or are we... Okay, that's one active scene before beating Ethan. Okay. Apparently... Okay, we don't have our tracker anymore. That's good. So what does Ethan want us for now? We didn't get to secure his protection, so we don't have a tracker anymore. The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you return the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, he wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting him know that the target he was tracking is dead. You can imagine the screaming and the swearing too. Oh, okay, wait. So this is like the conclusion to the Ethan arc, since we chose the tracker ending. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Or was there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now when he has fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. We were both screwed over by SNR. A part of me was looking forward to working with Ethan to screw over the corporation, but he probably was too volatile to work with. But I felt like there was just something he was just so desperate to just get his life back on track. I know he was going through shit. Maybe we should have spent some time to secure that. Like, we kind of rushed to the end, I think. But it made sense for my character. Like, I need to get rid of this tracker. Like, ever since the first cycle, we were trying to get rid of this stupid tracker. Good luck wherever you are, Ethan. Hope you get your shit together. And once you do, let's take down SNARP. Bittersweet. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt you will ever come back to this place or the memories it holds. You walk back out into the lights of the bright market and allow yourself a smile. So this is what Feng meant when he said you were free. You could get used to this. Okay. That is it for the active events. I am curious now. Okay, it's 7:30. We can end the stream now, but I'm gonna finish up these dice, end the cycle, and then see what awaits us for our first day of freedom. Because we still have Rabia here. Unfortunately, we couldn't help out Sabine, but does that mean? See, there's no more tracker here. So maybe it's free play now. Maybe we get to just focus on helping our friends. Because there's the doom timer is gone. So I'm curious. Is this the endgame state? Let us... You know, we're free. What's the first thing we do? Let's... What do we do? First day of freedom. What's happening in the Havenage offices? Still that. Tracking Yatagan and that. Overlook Bar. We could become a regular at the Overlook Bar, right? Tala helped us out, saved our life actually. We could collect mushrooms, Matsutake mushrooms for Emphis as a long-term goal. You know, farming mushrooms as a as a retirement plan. But I feel like exploring. I feel like exploring the spire. Right? Let's investigate. Let's explore the spoke. See, mushroom groves are just for Girol caps. But you're gonna have to collect the spores there to work at the aviary. But it's an endure, so I have to get... I'll finish up some drives, get my stats up, so endure won't be so bad. We're gonna work our body. We're gonna exercise, get that manual labor in, and then get to investigate other things. So that's it for now. The wastes... See, we can't even gather scrap because we're not strong enough. Let's invest, let's climb. I feel like climbing, ascending, you know, let's make it symbolic. We're free, we're free. Let's investigate the spire, the spoke. Let us ascend. Spoke climber. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. Let's go. You find your way to a service elevator that doubles as a bar. Patrons sipping drinks as the whole room crawls up the spoke. Hey, found another place. Paz Import Export. Oh, shit. We could sell a ship mind, buy a ship mind, export Matsutake. We found the source of Matsutake. No. This is to export Matsutake. Sorry, my bad. I thought we could like buy Matsutake mushrooms here. So that's an end game thing, I think. You grow Matsutake mushrooms and you can export it here and give it to Emphis. Okay, so Paz knows a space here will take Matsutake. We can actually sell our extra ship mine. The core of a ship AI amputated and in hibernation. Paz says, so easy money if we need to. We can liquidate our ship mine core. If we need to buy a ship mine, we go to Paz. Cool. Explore some more. Just climbing on the side of the spire and like, hey, it's a bar. We're done exploring? Okay, we filled in the clock for spoke climber. What now? You have gained enough knowledge of the tunnels to at least know where not to go. We have fully explored this place. We can ascend. Take the Ascender car to the I-Central Hub. Oh, we were missing out on an entire zone. I like this. So narratively, we are free now. And we've been ascending the spire. I can imagine the credits rolling over this as we're just climbing, meeting people along the way, stumbling into bars on the spire, and making our way to the hub. Boom. Holy crap. AE1 mainframe. This is Sidereal Dock. There's still hope for Lemon Mina. So this is the central mainframe. What can we do here? The A1 mainframe is now mostly disused. Havenage having set up their own master controllers. Navigator thinks killer's hiding here. Holy crap, like a final boss battle. So we're missing out on all of this, chat. I was wondering why we're carrying on Neovend. Oh, we can conclude the quest there. Okay. I cannot believe we were focused on other stuff, chat, but now we are free. We're not being tracked down. So that's where we go. That's to continue the quest for Neovend to get rid of the killer data. Because we put Hunter in the loop. Hunter is a remnant of the old world data who deletes sentient AI. So we put it in a loop by convincing Hunter that it was sentient and so should target itself for deletion. Who handles the deletion? Killer. So killers, we found the killer's home. So if we plug in Neovend in there, our friend who's been trying to get us out, we could get rid of the boss. Let's check out this. Let's have a look at the sidereal. This damn ship. Scout the dock. The sidereal is being loaded and prepped among all the commotion. Is it possible to find a way on board? So a way on board. You hope against hope that there's a chink in the sidereal horizon's vast armor. So this is if you want to smuggle in Lem and Mina. But we're good at intuitive stuff. We can invest a die in that. Let's check out the hub. Ooh, weightless wanderer. Up here, there is no gravity. So even just moving around takes a while to get used to, let alone navigating the base. So this is further exploring the hub, I guess. Spatial socializing and accessing the manifests. Oh, stack base. Digital manifests. This is our wheelhouse. Okay. So we know what to dedicate our time to. Let's reroll, however. So we ascended and we were greeted by this mockery, this sidereal horizon, which is going to leave us behind. Let's reroll and see if we can find a way on board. Hell yeah. These will be my final actions for the day. I'm still invested in Lem and Mina. I want to give them hope. But is this really the way, though? We've already established that this place has a future. We prevented that. In fact, I'm glad that was our first main thread that we concluded. Because that felt very important. We were going to be sold off to Conway as salvage. Everyone here was going to lose their home. So it's like we prevented a catastrophe, chat. And this place has a future now. And now we can focus on helping the people close to us. Let's do it. We can do this already in one cycle. You watch the loading crews going back and forth, noting their paths and entryways. Could this work? Come on, come on. Positive outcome, positive outcome. Ah, freaking neutral. You ask a few of the off-duty workers about schedules and systems and get a few useful tips. Next cycle then. That's it. We ascended. We have one tick left on that clock, but all good days must come to an end. Let us descend. Take the descender car to the ice outer rim. Zoom, boop. Zoop. Alright, everyone. That is a very fruitful arc. Very fruitful arc. But all cycles need to end, chat. Rest and prepare for the next one. There's still hope for Lem and Mina. There's still hope for Neovend. We can tie up a lot of loose ends, but what awaits us for the next day? Our first day of being free. That's it. We don't have the doom timer anymore. We get to dedicate our time to helping our friends. Perfect. Until, a wrinkle in the fabric of whatever. Until complications happen. So it's like we ended season 1. So season 1 is done. I feel like we could end here. I'm not sure if I want to continue this as a playthrough, but there's so many loose ends that I think it would deserve some more playtime until we get rid of all these drives. I don't think the game's done yet, right? We've ended season 1, or at least this is like a mid-season thing, like a mid-season finale. But our friends still need some help, so we could actually help them out. I'm not sure if that's something I still want to continue with streaming. The stream helps me progress in these games, admittedly. I say that, oh, maybe I'll finish it off stream, or maybe I'll replay it off stream, but I never do, chat. There's so many other things to play off stream. I think the stories here are still worth sharing. I do not want to leave some of the story threads hanging. There are some loose ends to deal with. This is endgame content, Flotilla Aid, but I am happy about where we left off. Where we will be stopping today. But we're gonna grow some mushrooms. Find a way to smuggle in a father and his child to a brighter future, possibly. And also dealing with the final boss AI called the Killer. Literally Killer. So that's the Neo Event arc. So we have Lemon Mina arc. We all get... Oh, this is also another endgame thing. Building a home. We're still living out of a freaking container. We should make low end. We should make a home in low end. Oh, and another arc, which will be continuing next cycle. The next stage of this, the next part of this season, Rabia and Sabine, the traitor in the Yatagan, Yannick. Will they band together? How can I help them? That's what we're gonna go for next episode. That's next cycle, chat. I'm glad we got to ascend. I like this point of where we are in the narrative. There's closure on some parts, but I want to tie up some loose ends. So next session, next Tuesday, where we return to this, I'm going to be dealing with those loose threads, clearing up all these drives before we can call it a day. I want to get rid of all these drives. Perhaps discover new drives along the way. We don't know. But we're going to do our best to clear up these drives before concluding this first playthrough. But I'm glad that we were able to get rid of that Doom timer. Perhaps there will be more Doom timers in the future. I'm not sure if there's a lost state here. But I'm enjoying the journey so far. I'm liking where the narrative threads have ended up. And I'm really glad about the decisions that we've made in terms of our character and in terms of the people along the way. And it's all coming together. I like it. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you for the support. And Plushy Mamshi, thank you for the raid again. It's just bringing in all your viewers here. I know it's a risk, but thank you all for all the new follows and the new subscriptions and just talking about a lot of creative matters and just listening to me ramble on and try to make some voices for these characters and bring the story to life. I hope you enjoyed your stay here. Especially to the regulars who come in. I hope once more we are providing good entertainment for you, and I hope to have more in the future. So, for anyone who may be lurking or who may still be lurking, thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, please consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter and Instagram. And we got the bot working correctly. This should come up now. If you are interested in joining the community, I do want to run more games in the future, or a game in the future, and start collaborating with creative people out there to create stuff, chat. I'm fired up. Our Discord is open 24/7. Thank you everyone again. And as always, welcome to the table. Trust in the goodness of humanity. And a bit of kindness can come a long way, as we've learned in Citizen Sleeper, a surprisingly bleak but hopeful game. And I love it. Stay safe, everyone. Take care.